Hello, everybody. Good morning. Hello, hi. How are you doing on this fine Thursday, August 20th, 10:59 a.m. Eastern Time? Well, guess what? As you probably know, Bricks and Minifigs has reached a settlement with Brian Mansell over the perhaps $200,000, perhaps $70,000 Lego collection, the Star Wars Lego collection. Okay, this was huge news, the biggest news of yesterday, possibly some of the biggest news of the entire Bricks and Minifig story. If you remember, which I don't know how you couldn't, if you're one of the 96 people in this chat right now, if you remember, this whole entire saga kind of started over that Lego collection. It was the title of Ben's Part 1. It was, what was it? I found the thief who stole $200,000 Legos or whatever he did. Anyway, so yes, there has been a settlement. I did make a video about it. I also announced yesterday that I will have Brian Mansell himself on the channel. Oh God, I got lipstick on me, girl. I'll have him on the channel today. I think we're going live. Pretty sure we're going live. I don't want to make promises that I can't keep, but I'm pretty sure we planned for a live. It's not going to be till later. He's 3 hours time difference from me, so I have to wait till he gets off work and stuff. So I'm going to be going live later again. We're going to talk about it. So make sure you do get your questions in. We may be able to get to them. Lemonade Man, shout out to you. Every time your videos start playing, my autistic daughter yells, "My cousins." Well, she knows. She knows her cousins. Us autistics, we gotta stick together. I mean, me personally, I don't really like having labels and stuff, but some things are just obvious once you look at the hyper focus, you know what I mean? Oh Lord, the gain. I gotta turn the gain up. Okay, now what? Can you hear me now? Is that better? What about now? I did get a new. Oh, still? What about now? Can you hear me now? Okay. All right, thank you, cousins. I did get a new. This is my old like audio interface. It is a third generation Scarlett Focusrite. The new generation, the fourth generation, came out 3 years ago, so I figured it was time for me to update. But I can't turn it up any louder. It's going into the red, so I don't know. I don't know what else to tell you. Like, it's in the red. I don't. It's like clipping. Yeah. I know there's better ones. Oh, now y'all can hear it crackling. Is it crackling now? Hold on. Let me put the headphones on. That was the issue. That's why I didn't go live yesterday, because this crackling. Oh, yeah, I hear that crackling. Okay, hold on. Test, 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 test. No, I still hear the crackling. Okay, what about... Oh, shit. I hate that sound. I can't deal with that crackling. What do I do about the crackling? I'm almost scared to mess with it because it could make it worse. Let me see. That seems somewhat better, right? That seems somewhat better. Okay, that seems better. First time you made it louder, the crackling was good. Then it went even louder and it started. Yeah, no, I still hear that crackling sound. I really cannot stand that. That's literally the reason I did not go live yesterday. Okay, some people are not hearing it. Now it's a humming noise. Girl, turn the gain down slightly. Okay. The gain has been turned down. How about now? I hate this. Okay, yeah, okay. So the louder I turn the gain, the more crackling I get. The other parts of the audio chain. Yeah, I have to get up though. Okay, stand by, because we're going to be here a long time today, and I cannot deal with this crackling. Hold on. I just need to stand up and walk over there. Yeah, maybe it's device specific. No, I don't think that one helped. Okay. Should I just trade it out for my other old Focusrite? Let me just do that then. Hold on. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Okay, I still hear it crackling. Okay, now what? Okay, you said go to the... Oh my God. This is like a freaking nightmare. Like, you know, some people have like a nightmare that they're like naked on stage. Streamers have nightmares that this happens. Okay, let's see. Wait, it sounds better to me. Testing, testing. It sounds better to me now. What about now? It sounds better now to me. I don't hear that crackling quite as much. Yeah, I'd rather deal with crackling than no audio too. She caught up by skipping the mic. Okay, it sounds good, right? We're good. We're back. All right. Whoo! Ha! Woo! I'm sorry, y'all. I went to school for English and then I got a law degree. They did not teach us about microphones in there. Oh God! All right, it's been a morning. I also, full disclosure, got into a fight with some poison ivy, and the poison ivy freaking won. All right, whoo Lord, I am dealing with poison ivy. Windows settings. I don't have Windows. I got a Mac. Too soft compared to ads. There's not much else I can do about that. I'll have to get someone who knows what the hell they're doing to come and set my audio up. Yeah, no, I am. I am tired. Okay. Anyway, I know I should sue the poison ivy, seriously. All right. So, anyway, okay. So, back to what we were talking about. Sorry about the mic. No gain is the right gain amount. Anyway, listen. So they settled. Bricks and Minifigs. The Bricks and the Minifigs, they done settled. And who did they settle with? Not Ben. They settled with Brian Mansell, and he's going to be coming on to my channel. I think tonight. I think it's going to be a live. And I don't want to say it's going to be a live if it's not. So I don't want to promise a live if it's not. But I'm pretty sure that's what it's going to be. So that'll be tonight. But we're 3 hours different on our time zones. So we did agree that he was going to come on after he gets off work today or whatever. So that'll be later. So I'll be back on later. I'm pretty sure that'll be later tonight, Eastern time. Okay. So you probably have seen this by now. Hours and hours and hours of live streams have now happened over this. Hours of videos have happened over this. I did make a video about it yesterday as well. A little 20-minute thing. Now, this is the joint statement. It's very interesting to me because one of the things that I pointed out yesterday about the supposed joint statement is this sentence right here in the joint statement. This sentence right here in the joint statement says the Mansell's loss arose in part from the sale, accounting, storage, and disposition of inventory. Okay. The sale of inventory, the accounting for the inventory, the storage of the inventory, and the disposition of the inventory. But Bricks and Minifigs says, in part. Now, again, this is the joint statement. So, in part, this loss that Brian Mansell suffered, and the family, Brian Mansell and his family suffered, in part arose from selling inventory, accounting for it, storing it, and disposing of it by, quote, the former operator of the store. Now, when I was originally reading this, I just thought that Bricks and Minifigs was throwing Crystal Law Gorman under the bus, and they very well may be, but somebody pointed out made a good point. And the former operator of the store could also be Brandon Best and Joshua Aaron Johnson. Now, do I think that's who they're talking about? No, I think they're talking about Crystal. I think they're trying to throw her under the bus. Meaning Bricks and Minifigs. There has been quite a bit of chatter about Brian Mansell throwing Crystal under the bus. I don't really see that. Crystal Law Gorman, shout out to her. She does come through on the channel sometimes. I think she's also 3 hours behind, so I don't think she comes like this early. But she may be in here at some point eventually. She even said yesterday on whose live stream was it? I think Don't F with Justice live stream. Crystal said, don't come after Brian Mansell talking about, oh, you threw Crystal under the bus. Crystal Law said she's very happy and relieved that Brian Mansell actually got a settlement and he doesn't have to continue going through this. That's what she said. So, this is all stuff we kind of like probably y'all already knew about. The settlement, there was a settlement. Now, there's a bunch of pending questions, like in my mind. For example, what does this mean for the lawsuit in general? Like from the perspective of Ben, Victor, and the Reckless Ben LLC. What does this mean for from the perspective of Brian Mansell and BAM's ability to continue making statements? I mean, obviously, I'd like to know how much they paid him, but I'm sure that's confidential. Yeah, Tuck said we're still waiting for verification of the transfer of funds. Chris is in the chat. Shout out to Chris. They were up all night. She said, yeah, I'm here for a few minutes. Shout out to Chris Gorman. Chris and Ben last night did a very entertaining stream. I fell asleep during it because 3 hours later. They started at, I think, about 11 p.m. my time, which is way past my bedtime. But I did stay up for a little bit of it. I was trying to catch some of it this morning, running around crazy. But it was a family affair on there. They were talking about who created eyeglasses, who created the first spectacles. It was funny. It was very cute. So that was a nice little moment in there. Anyway, so we're talking about the settlement. We all kind of heard about the settlement yesterday. It was huge news. I want to say shout out to the Brick Is. I know he hasn't made quite as many videos as some of us have and stuff like that, but he was the first person that I saw talking about that. And I meant to mention that in my video yesterday, and I was just I couldn't even read. I was like, I was so excited to finally see some resolution and to read in black and white that Bricks and Minifigs was saying they were sorry for anything. I mean, yeah, they definitely did, like I said, when I'm focusing on in part, right? They definitely did. Bricks and Minifigs did contradict themselves a whole lot in this statement. Bricks and Minifigs also then relayed this statement to a press release company or whatever. It ends up on the Business Wire and all of that. And they left out this whole in part. So I think that was dishonest and misleading because this is the joint statement. The joint statement says the Mansell's loss arose in part. What does in part mean? Maybe there was one set. That could be one set. I mean, it could be 1,000 sets, but it in part just means there was some contribution somehow, some way, to the loss. It could be one set. It could be one minifig. But the way that ended up being relayed to the press release people and, it was a joint statement and it said Brian Mansell lost everything because of Crystal Gorman. I'm like, that's not what they said. It said in part. But anyway, we kind of know about this. There was also this very bizarre FAQ, like frequently asked questions. We also went over that in a separate video yesterday. I mean, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 questions, and only 2 of them really have to do with the settlement at all. The rest are them just kind of reiterating things that are up for dispute. But yeah, I mean, there's really not much else we can do here except speculate until or unless Brian or Bricks and Minifigs comes out and talks about the specifics of the settlement agreement. But that is not really what I wanted to talk about today. What I wanted to talk about today, well, I have a few things, but the first thing, Bricks and Minifigs is crashing out in an embarrassing way on their Instagram. They're crashing out in an embarrassing way on their Instagram account. They have, I don't know if it's PR, I don't know if it's a bot, I don't know if it's copy paste, but they might need to get whoever's running their social media a brain scan and or a vacation and or a day off. Now, I did take a bunch of screenshots of this stuff because I just feel like it's so stupid that they're going to start deleting. But as of right now, at least some of them are still up. So I want to talk about this. So Bricks and Minifigs 23 hours ago, they posted Bricks and Minifigs official on their Instagram the joint statement. And for the purposes of this video, I'll just read it, but I'm not going to stop and do an analysis. I already did that. BAM Franchising Inc., Ammon and Matt McNeff, Baker Salem, Josh Johnson, Brandon Best, and the Mansell family are pleased to announce that they have reached a comprehensive and amicable resolution of a private civil dispute relating to the Mansell family's Lego Star Wars collection. The collection was originally consigned to a former operator of the Bricks and the Minifigs, Salem Kaiser, Oregon store. That's obviously Crystal Law Gorman. This settlement agreement is a compromise of disputed claims. Nobody is admitting any guilt or liability or wrongdoing or unlawful conduct or any other released party. And the released parties are going to be Ammon, Matt, Baker Salem, Josh Johnson, Brandon Best, and the Mansell parties. It says the Mansells, this is the joint statement, the Mansells confirm that they have been compensated by Bricks and Minifigs for the losses associated with their consignment arrangement and are releasing their legal claims against Bricks and Minifigs, its leadership, Baker Salem, Josh Johnson, Brandon Best, or any current Bricks and Minifig franchisee. Now, it probably would behoove them to spell their own freaking name right on their own press release. But anyway, Bam, the McNeffs, Baker Salem, Josh Johnson, and Brandon Best likewise will dismiss their lawsuit against Brian Mansell. Now, this is another one that kind of changed once they went and hit up the like Business Wire press release. They said they already had released it, the lawsuit. Dismiss their lawsuit against them. But when we looked in the Pacer, the lawsuit had not been dismissed yet. Through the exchange of records and information during the legal and mediation process, the parties developed a more complete understanding of what occurred. The underlying dispute arose from a consignment contract between the Mansell family and the Salem Kaiser, Oregon store. Bam, Baker Salem, Josh Johnson, Brandon Best were not parties to the contract, even though they did take on. You take on all the consignment when you take on the business, even though they said that. Okay. The Mansell's loss arose in part from the sale, accounting, storage, disposition of inventory by the former operator of the store. As part of the settlement, Brian Mansell has assigned to Bricks and Minifigs his claims under the original consignment contract. So he's not going to be able to sue Crystal. Okay, I don't think he was going to be doing that anyway. But his claims to sue Crystal for any reason have now been assigned to Bricks and Minifigs. This is the problem. And maybe I'm misunderstanding. Chris is in the chat, so she can, and I would encourage her, please correct me if I got this wrong, if I misunderstood what you were saying. But I'm pretty sure that Crystal Law Gorman was saying the actual consignment agreement itself, the piece of paper everybody signed, and meaning her and Brian Mansell, it's not assignable. The contract's not assignable. That's what I understood her to be saying. The provision in the contract itself says nobody is allowed to assign the obligations or this contract to anyone else. Thanks so much to Rose for the $2 super chat. Section X of consignment agreement says what? I don't know. I don't know what it says. Thank you, AJ, for the 1,000 jewels. Thank you, Jana. Thank you, Ashley Jensen. Thank you, Ashley Jensen, for the jewels. Am I understanding this correctly? Bam would feel really stupid right now if they could read. Maybe Kyla. Yeah, I noticed that Kai McAllister isn't. I noticed Kai McAllister, his name isn't mentioned as being released. Didn't Ben buy up Brian's actual Legos though? Well, apparently, yesterday Sheldon Norcross, who's one of the people who apparently does own the assignment, like has been assigned some of these Lego rights or whatever, he said that they gave those rights all up, so they allowed Brian to then reassign them. I don't know. I don't really know what they're doing over there. Chris said, I believe that is what Section X says, that it's not assignable. So yeah, I mean, did Brian Mansell have authority to reassign it? These are not questions I can answer. These are questions that a judge and a jury and specifically a chancery court, like a business court that does contracts, is going to have to answer. But Section X says it shall be binding on any successors of the parties. Neither party shall have the right to assign its interests in this agreement unless the prior written consent of the other party is obtained. So this is going to end up being a huge mess. But that all I can say is what they wrote on the joint press release. And we will have Brian on here later. And I'm sure this is going to be continuing to work its way through the courts as time moves on and as things progress. There is actively a RICO lawsuit now outstanding against Bricks and Minifigs. So, oops. Okay, so the Mansells have agreed to provide relevant records in support of Bricks and Minifigs' claims, which apparently Brian Mansell has the same records as. They all have the same records, but maybe not. I mean, again, I have no idea. I don't know. The parties believe this places responsibility for remedying any remaining fault with the appropriate parties. Bricks and Minifigs recognizes that the Mansell family experienced a genuine loss, prolonged uncertainty, and considerable frustration after the original contract was not properly administered by the former operator of the store and during the transit. So this is a contradiction here. I know I said I wasn't going to be pausing on these, but I'm here. I'm doing it anyway. So uncertainty, all this loss, because the original contract was not properly administered. Well, this is them kind of admitting to me that they admit that this was a legitimate contract in the first place, which actually flies in the face of everything they've been saying beforehand, that it was like nothing to do with them and they didn't authorize it and it was unlawful and illegal contract, unauthorized contract, whatever they said. And now they're like, oh yeah, there was that contract and it wasn't followed by Crystal. And it's like, okay, so it's a legitimate contract when you want to depend on it, but not when you don't. Got it. And then they say they have a regret. Bricks and Minifigs regrets that it did not more quickly access information necessary to understand and resolve the matter. They've issued an unqualified apology. Well, they kind of didn't, because it's all qualified. They're still blaming other people. To the Mansell family for the losses, the pain suffered from the events surrounding the dispute. The parties recognized that many Bricks and Minifigs franchises and employees had no involvement with events surrounding this dispute, and hope that this resolution brings closure to everyone affected and all may return to their normal business activities and personal lives. I mean, I highly doubt it's going to just go away that easily. And one of the reasons why it's not going to just go away that easily is because look how crazy they're acting on social media. Look at this. Bam and the Mansell family reached a mediated settlement which resolves the Lego Star Wars collection dispute, an isolated incident at a former franchisee's store in Salem, Oregon. We've apologized to the Mansells for their losses and the uncertainty they faced, and we're grateful for their partnership in reaching this outcome. We hope this brings closure for everyone affected. Girl, there are 2 RICO lawsuits still going on. How is that going to bring closure? Y'all are going to have to drop these lawsuits. What do you mean closure? Does Ben get closure while he's being accused of being a criminal racketeer? We can all so they say, including many franchisees and employees who had nothing to do with it. So we can all move forward and return our full attention back to delivering family-friendly Lego experiences. That was never your full attention. Your full attention was on opening more franchises. Your full attention was on taking advantage of these kids by isolating them from their parents and gaining their trust with the triangle of trust. Okay, so please, let's not get too big for our britches over here. Let's not get too delusional. Now, importantly, the post has been community noted. There is a Instagram community note on it. Important context, this settlement resolves claims between Bricks and Minifigs and the Mansell family, but it does not by itself resolve all litigation arising from this controversy. Separate civil litigation has involved former Salem Kaiser franchise operators Crystal Law Gorman and Benjamin Gorman, as well as Reckless Ben and other parties. The settlement also is not an adjudication of the disputed allegations surrounding the broader case. Okay, so this is why we're here. Finally, we made it 30 minutes in. Bricks and Minifigs did not turn the comments off. They left the comments on. And not only did they leave the comments on, they seem to have left up a bunch of critical comments. Not only did they leave the comments on, left up a bunch of critical comments, they've been replying to them. And the replies are so embarrassing. I don't think they're going to be up very long, but maybe they will. It may be actually literally a bot or just a person who has copy paste of like 5 different responses. This is a good point. Bushy Top said, BAM even alleged in their complaint that Brian was the ringleader. Seems insane to me that they could just proceed forward with their suit when they completely removed that allegation. I don't know how they're going to move forward with this suit. But let's look at what they've been saying on their Instagram. So this is the first comment. I think it's sorted by like top, like the ones that people liked the most. It's 600. No, it's, I don't know what it's sorted by because this one has 2,100 likes. Okay, so we'll just start in the order that it's going in. Realtor Tombo said all bro had to do was the right thing and offer proper compensation the first time. This was a brand obliteration speed run they'll use in business schools someday as what not to do when running a company. Bricks and Minifigs responded, "We understand why it felt like a long time. Resolving complex legal matters through mediation takes time, especially when the goal is to reach a fair and lasting resolution. While we wish it could have been resolved sooner, we're grateful both parties were ultimately able to reach an amicable agreement. Okay. Next comment. Someone says, this corruption still lingers at the top of the chain. Can't trust a thing these people say anymore. Bricks and Minifigs responded to that. Allegations of intentional wrongdoing do not reflect the reality of the situation. Leadership took direct action to resolve the civil dispute with the family, and the family has now been made whole. We have permanently updated our store operations as well. We are 100% committed to protecting our collector community through clear, updated standards. People are just saying, LOL. Leadership caused this in the first place, including your owner. I'm not going to read every single reply to every single one because we'll never get through it. But someone said, the next comment, doesn't fix the police corruption and the atrocious response and threatening actions performed and documented by Bricks and Minifigs personnel. But cool story, I guess. Bricks and Minifigs responded to that. We encourage everyone to look at the official joint statements rather than internet speculation. Police were involved strictly for standard incident response. Bitch, we saw what you lied to the cops. You lied, Ammon lied, Josh Johnson lied. It was lie. That wasn't standard incident response. That was y'all trying to use the law, trying to use your connections to the likes of people like Medina Dore and the Mormon Church to get special treatment, in my opinion. Police were involved strictly for standard incident response, and the civil dispute with the family has been fully resolved to everyone's satisfaction. Yeah, but not the civil dispute with Ben, and not the civil dispute with Crystal Law Gorman and Ben Gorman. Just people are like, yeah, I think we'll wait to hear this from the man sells. No apology to Reckless Ben? How are those at the top taking accountability? Hold on. No replies. Let's see. Do you still own the American Fork Police? Somebody said. Look at this. Online, Bricks and Minifigs says, online conspiracy theories regarding leadership and local authorities do not reflect the reality of the situation. BAM Corporate worked directly with the Mansell family to reach a clear public resolution. We remain committed to complete transparency and to updated franchisee guidelines across all locations. Somebody said they are so stupid for replying to this. Can we get a full statement? Can we get a full statement on one of your employees requesting advice from police on arming their employees with shotguns? They said, we encourage everyone to refer to the official public statements rather than social media speculation. You mean like official body cam footage from official police body cameras? That's not public speculation. We saw Ammon say, I'm serious about this. I'm about to get shit. Do you think I should go and get a shotgun and give it to my employees? We saw it already. That's not speculation, stupid ass. That's your CEO's words. That's your CEO's words. Somebody said, can we get a statement on one of your employees requesting advice from the police on arming their employees with shotguns? They said, we encourage everyone to refer to the official public statements rather than social media speculation. Don't look at the body camera footage. Don't look at the police reports. Don't look at the words that came out of Ammon's mouth directly to a cop. Just look at the public statement. Don't look anywhere else. Woo, girl. I told y'all they were spiraling. Somebody said, I wish this went to trial. The discovery phase would have been amazing. Briggs and Minifigs responded to this. This matter was resolved fully with the Mansell family directly, and inventory restitution was completed. We appreciate everyone holding us to high standards as we move forward. Okay, will do. Somebody said Mormon Mafia strikes again. Look at the Bricks and Minifigs responded to that. Online conspiracy theories regarding leadership and religious practices are unfounded and untrue. Okay, so one of your franchise sellers, Joshua Johnson, repeatedly talking about the fact that he had to go to church, repeatedly talking about the fact that he was on like high council, repeatedly talking about that. That's an online conspiracy theory, by the way. A mutual resolution was reached with the family, and we are focused on moving forward with full transparency. Somebody said, this is an awful statement full of lies. We've heard and seen the videos that directly dispute many of these claims. Crazy. After all of this, they still double down? Bricks and Minifigs said, the leadership of Bricks and Minifigs is taking responsibility by acknowledging where we could have done better, implementing meaningful changes, and committing to stronger processes moving forward. We know trust is earned, and that's exactly what we are working to do. Well, you should start by telling the truth. Somebody said, not forgiving until the Mansells themselves say it's settled. Bricks and Minifigs said, we are happy to share that this is a joint statement with the Mansells and Bricks and Minifigs that was agreed upon during mediation by both parties. Y'all, they could not help themselves. Look, another person's Cannon Brawley 70 said, unfortunately, your leadership's own attitude, reactions, statements, and tone toward the Mansells and the public at large permanently damaged the company at large. Their rude demeanor and malicious actions to people seeking answers and justice has caused more harm to the franchises and hobby than any settlement could ever mend. I feel sorry for the franchise owners and employees, truly, and completely uninvolved, but Bricks and Minifigs leadership will never recover from this. And for the good of the business, they need to leave. Bricks and Minifigs responded to that. The leadership has taken responsibility by acknowledging where we could have done better, implementing meaningful changes, and committing to stronger processes moving forward. We know trust is earned, and that's exactly what we're working to do. Same exact verbatim. Now they start copy pasting. Hold on, I gotta find my spot. Y'all are cooked. Just pack it up, bro. They couldn't even just let that comment just stand. Somebody just said, y'all are cooked. Just pack it up, bro. Like, it's like a little silly comment. They responded to that. This matter was fully resolved with the Mansell family directly, and inventory resolution was completed. We appreciate everyone holding us to high standards as we move forward. Somebody said, are you going to compensate your poor franchisees that you ruined their livelihood with your ridiculous approach to this whole situation? Bricks and Minifigs responded, oh my God, they're so stupid. Thank you for caring for our franchisees. We are also heartbroken that they have been so affected by this situation when they had nothing to do with it. We continue to support them through various means and methods and have given additional support to them during the past few months. Thanks for asking. Somebody said, well, that's it. Move on. Okay, I wish things worked like that. Laugh, react. Bricks and Minifigs couldn't help themselves but to respond. This matter has been resolved publicly in agreement with the Mansell family. Thanks for reaching out. Now, this is a good one. Somebody said, leadership also needs to apologize for all the false police reports they filed. Bricks and Minifigs responded, we encourage everyone to look at the official joint statements rather than internet speculation. Okay, so this is starting to seem like it's either a bot or like some type of like bot-ish activity where it's like anytime police are mentioned, how do I make this like on its own thing? Is there a way to like pull this up like on its own thing? Anytime police are mentioned, then they start saying, Girl, where's the comments? Did they just turn the comments off right now? Oh, no. Okay. Why can't I see the comments now? Oh, there it is. Okay. Whew. Girl. Y'all are cooked. Just pack it up. Stop. I think these are Mormons too. Y'all know Kay and Tay Official? I love them. I don't like family vlogs and family vloggers, but they're like the one that I do like. Kay and Tay Official. Crazy. Hold on. This is an awful statement. We've seen the videos directly. Y'all are cooked. Just pack it up. Well, that's it. Move on. Okay, wait. So y'all did have the Legos? Thought y'all said you didn't even have it. I'm so confused. Who lied? Bricks and Minifigs said, we chose mediation because we believed it was the best path forward. Toward resolution for everyone involved. It allowed both parties to freely share documentation and information and move forward toward a fair settlement while also giving us opportunity to learn from this experience, make meaningful changes, and focus on earning back trust through our actions. This settlement agreement is a compromise of disputed claims. It's not an admission of liability, wrongdoing, or unlawful conduct. We've come to a mutual agreement, someone said, but that doesn't mean we're admitting fault. Bricks and Minifigs said, the leadership of Bricks and Minifigs is taking responsibility by acknowledging where they could have done better, implementing meaningful changes, and committing to stronger processes moving forward. We know trust is earned, and that's exactly what we're trying to do. Somebody said, how long until Bricks and Minifigs makes these comments private? What a way to burn down your own franchise. Bricks and Minifigs responded, not too sure what you're talking about, or not too sure what you're referring to. The matter has been resolved publicly in agreement with the Mansell family. Thanks for reaching out. Does Bricks and Minifigs know that now we're invested for much more additional reasons than just the Mansell family? Yeah, hell yeah. The public really cared about them getting made whole. Absolutely. I can speak for myself. Oh, hell yeah, I cared. But now I care about all kind of other stuff too, like the lies to the police, like the poor franchisees that probably all are under these draconian contracts, the fact that there's been so many lies told, the fact that the cops in multiple jurisdictions were lied to, brought into it, and treated as their own personal Gestapo. I mean, I personally have a lot of issues still remaining. This ain't it. This ain't it. Acts 8 said, I get y'all are trying to rebuild trust, so I want to ask, not to explain why it took so long to work through an agreement, but why the party was ignored for so long to begin with. It was never that it took long to work to an agreement. It was that the family was looked over without any avenue for appeal with the company. Thank you, Acts 8:8. What is Acts 8:8? Is that a Bible verse? Must be. I want to know which one it is. Acts 8:8. So there was great joy in that city. That's it. It was the reaction of the people in Samaria after the disciple Philip preached the good news, healed the sick, and drove out evil spirits. Okay. Interesting. The Lemonade Man. My joint statement. Happy, chapter 4, verse 20. So the comment was, the question or whatever was, I think it's more of a comment. I get y'all are trying to rebuild trust, but I want to ask, not to explain why it took so long to work through an agreement, but why the party was ignored for so long to begin with. It wasn't that it took long to work to an agreement. It was that the family was looked over without any avenue for appeal. True. Brian Mansell had a lawyer. He hired a lawyer. He tried for months to get any answer. He was completely ignored after a while. We consider this matter closed, they said. Well, here's Bricks and Minifigs. We did reach out multiple times. Did you? We're just happy that we've now come to a mutual understanding and agreement. TLDR, somebody said, a simple, we paid them back would have done it. Bricks and Minifigs, why are they responding to all this? They said, while this matter was being addressed through the legal process, we were limited in what we could responsibly say publicly. Now that we've reached a resolution, we want to be transparent where we can, acknowledge what we've learned, and focus on moving forward. This is crazy. I gotta like this. K&T official said handled every step as horribly as possible, using this as a case study for what never to do with our own brand. Thanks. They have a candy bar brand. AFOLs out there, take a step back, deep breath. Remember the 300, did they respond to this? Yeah. 300 plus BAM stores and franchisees that weren't involved had nothing to do with this, literally any of it. And if the family has settled with BAM corporate, I'm happy for them, whatever it took. There are a lot more pressing matters in this country than continuing to dwell on this, like how to stop fascism. Kevin Parker, please go, feel free to go and do an Antifa protest on your own free time. Stop. People can focus on what they want to focus on. This type of argument structure really pisses me the fuck off. Kevin Parker. There's pressing matters. There's pressing matters in this country that you need to worry about instead. How about shut the fuck up and you do it? Where's your YouTube video about it? Where's your channel about it? Where's your comment? Where's your activism about it? While you over here worrying about Legos telling other people not to worry about it. If there's so much, quote, more pressing matters in this country than continuing to dwell on this, then why in the world are you over here dwelling on it? Kevin Parker, snap to it. Get to the pressing matters. You're wasting time. Like how to stop fascism. Yeah, let me just real quick, like in between my first live stream today, my lunch, and my second live stream, just whip up an end to fascism real quick. Like people have been trying to figure that shit out for the last 100-something years. Don't worry about anything until fascism is fixed, everybody. No worrying, no dwelling. Somebody was victimized. Shh, there's more pressing issues to worry about. Anyway, Bricks and Minifigs, we agree. Humph. We would love to continue spreading Lego love and joy to more people and are so grateful to the amazing franchisees we have who do this each and every day. Yeah, thank you. Putting the British in BC. Even the British BC people. We're fighting fascism, but also for some reason leave that corrupt police department alone. I'm sure they are not fascists at all. Please. Anyway. Oh, wait. We're still blaming the previous BAM store owner? And not taking responsibility for everyone else on the BAM staff? Bricks and Minifigs responded to it. The leadership of Bricks and Minifigs is taking responsibility by acknowledging where we could have done better, implementing meaningful changes, and committing to stronger processes moving forward. We know trust is earned. That's exactly what we're trying to do. So you see, it's like a lot of the same exact answers, copy paste over and over. Somebody said, I read the message and thought, oh, geez, this won't be good. And then I went in the comments only to find the account replying to everyone and just making it worse. Bricks and Minifigs replied to that. Sorry you feel this way. A mutual resolution was reached by the family and we are focused on moving forward with full transparency. Somebody said, full transparency? You guys lied to the public, the police, the man cells, and are still lying in this statement. You guys were definitely in the wrong. But you admit to no wrongdoing? Where is the accountability? Whoo! Tell him, Derek Preem. Tell him. Y'all, somebody commented about the U-Haul. And Bricks and Minifigs responded. Bricks and Minifigs, quote, there was no U-Haul. Suspiciously shaped U-Haul on security cam. Look what Bricks and Minifigs says. The leadership of Bricks and Minifigs is taking responsibility by acknowledging where we could have done better, implementing meaningful changes, and committing to stronger processes moving forward. We know trust is earned. That's exactly what we're working to do. William Bone said, you actually weren't taking responsibility. You've never admitted to lying to everyone. You've never admitted to abusing the police power. If you want to take responsibility, You would do at least one of those basic things. Just saying we could have done better is not taking responsibility. This whole thing is a farce. Oh my God. So somebody says, see Cow Run said, so you gave the Mansells pennies, forced them to sign an NDA, and now we won't know how much you screwed them over? Give a real apology where you actually admit fault and disclose the full terms of the deal. Look, Bricks and Minifigs said, not so. We cannot discuss particulars, but both parties came to a mutual decision. Oh, God damn it. Okay. Anyway, let me go to my web. Not so. Like, some of them are repeat comments, like copy pasted, and then some of them you can tell like somebody got really pissed and was like wanting to make a specific comment. I know I'm being a robot when I read the BAM answers, so y'all know it's who's saying it. Thanks so much to Ian for the jewels. Thank you to Rose. If BAM induced Brian to breach his contract with Crystal, can Brian sue BAM for tortious interference? No, I don't think so. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I don't think so. I think a release is a release. I think a release from all claims is a release from all claims. But girl, who knows? I don't know. Thank you so much, Rose, again for the $2. This is the fascism we are dwelling on, LLC. Forget about the fascist police departments. Just let's worry about the random fascism, vague. We don't know what we're talking about. Fascism elsewhere, somewhere else, not over here, not in the police department in anywhere in Utah. Nowhere over there. And definitely not in the, fascist, totalitarian, authoritarian religion that they're all a part of. No. Don't look over there either. Thank you to Arnilso for the 50. Nope. Hope whole world would comment 24/7 so the marketing team will never sleep. Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Catherine, for the 1,000 jewels. Thank you. Okay, so I did take a few pictures. Some of these we probably already saw, but I keep losing my spot. So let's see. BAM should recognize it took national news to admit their mistakes and wrongdoing. Sounds like the thing BAM is most sorry for is getting caught. They said not at all. BAM has continuously worked to get this matter resolved. The leadership of Bricks and Minifigs is taking responsibility by acknowledging where we could have done better, implementing meaningful changes, and committing to stronger processes moving forward. We know trust is earned, and that's exactly what we are trying to do. Here's another one. The damage has been done to the brand. Funny how you came to a mutual agreement when you guys felt so right that you wanted to get sued. Haha, oh well. They said this has certainly been one of the most difficult chapters in our company's history. We know trust was impacted, and we don't expect it to be restored with one statement. That's why we focused on making real changes and demonstrating them through our actions moving forward. Someone said, I love how you spent the whole second paragraph trying to dodge accountability. Nice job, Corpo, but we ain't falling for it. They said the leadership of Bricks and Minifigs is taking responsibility by acknowledging where we could have done better, implementing meaningful changes, and committing to stronger processes moving forward. We know trust is earned. That's what we're trying to do. Somebody said, all these replies by BAM feels like ChatGPT responses. And BAM responded to that too. We are a small team responding as efficiently and to as many people as we can. While some people may get the same responses, we do read each comment. Somebody said, character is doing the right thing when no one's looking. We understand why it felt like it took a long time. Resolving complex legal matters through mediation takes time, especially when the goal is to reach a fair and lasting resolution. While we wish it could have been resolved sooner, we're grateful both parties were ultimately able to reach an amicable agreement. This is so embarrassing. Leadership needs to apologize for all the false police reports they filed. Anytime somebody says something about a police, they give this answer. We encourage everyone to look at the official joint statements rather than internet speculation. police were involved strictly for standard incident response, and the civil dispute with the family has been fully resolved to everyone's satisfaction. It's not going to go away this easily. Now, what I will say is, had they have done all this, what they're doing right now, like 2 months ago, I do think that the company could possibly have recovered, but it's too late now. Like, it got too big. It got too big. Yeah, Bricks and Minifigs getting absolutely freaking roasted in these comments. And they did not deny using ChatGPT. They basically just made an excuse. Like, yeah, we got a bot. We got a bot, but we are reading the comments still. So, thank you for the $2. Super chat, Rose. Yeah, not a denial of using ChatGPT LLC. Thank you, Justice Gypsy, for the jewels, and to Yvette for the jewels. Thank you to Sleepy Lil Grill for the $5. I guess they finally decided to work with a PR firm. Why did they wait so long? I think they've been working with a PR firm for a long time, but it was like a family friend special. I think they now are with like a PR firm. And what took so long is probably ego, hubris, them thinking they didn't need it, them thinking that they could just do what they always do, which is just bully people with lawsuits. And then that was going to just like in 7 to 10 days all blow over. Meanwhile, 3 months later, it didn't blow over. Thanks so much to Russ for the $10 super chat. The internet is starting to figure out we're franchise turning. Quick, settle with Mansell. Quick. Nothing to see here, guys. Woo! All they had to do was this at the very beginning, by the way. They ignored him. He had a lawyer reaching out to them, and they said they consider the case to be closed. Thank you so much to Gringo Gangsta for the $5 super chat. I checked on Pacer. Nothing has been filed to show the lawsuit is over. Did Bricks and Minifigs pull the trigger too soon on this statement? Thank you, Jax, for the 2 jewels. Thank you. Do they pay the PR team per generated response or what? So much for this going away in a week. Yeah, 2 years too late. The investigation will last as long as BAM does, Davey Keenan said. Every single industry is getting material on what not to do. BAM, sing all paper, Mansell want to go live on internet? I don't know what that means. BAM, just FYI, you have a right to remain silent. You don't have to respond to every comment. Girl, they getting it out of their system or what? Damage was done. Your leadership showed their true colors early on, and no amount of capital can change that. We know trust isn't rebuilt overnight, they say. We've learned from this experience and have made meaningful changes to our policies, training, and ownership transition processes. Yeah, that I'd like to know what they did with that. Whether or not you choose to visit a Bricks and Minifigs store again is entirely your decision, but we're committed to being a company that earns that opportunity. Okay. Your company won't recover from this, and I hope you go bankrupt, somebody said. They said a full resolution has been reached directly with the Mansell family to ensure restitution and all unsold inventory was accounted for. We are focused entirely on transparency and supporting our local franchise communities and getting your children a loan via the triangle of trust. Anyway, I made up that last part. You can read on the screen what it actually said, but what I think is interesting is this little word right here. All unsold inventory was accounted for. So they're basically saying, anything that was sold, they're not taking responsibility for, and who got to decide what was sold and what wasn't, I don't know. Another person said, made a ChatGPT allegation, and as you can see, there were 50 likes on that comment and 0 likes. 0 likes on BAM's response. So Dennis Schwartz says the ChatGPT responses by BAM to the comments are as insincere as the original statement. Bricks and Minifigs said, we are a very small team trying to respond as efficiently and to as many as we can. Yes, that may be that some people get the same responses, but we are reading each one. But they're not denying the ChatGPT of it all. Someone said Dom's Brick Builds. Okay, Dom's Brick Builds. Like, this seems like an account or a person who's like into the brick world. He's like, this still doesn't change the fact of how the company went about this. This goes far beyond just what you guys did to that family. This shows how that company as a whole is ran. I don't think you guys will ever be able to fix this. Bricks and Minifigs. Beep, beep. We know trust isn't rebuilt overnight. They're going to start overheating, y'all. They're going to drain a whole lake from this ChatGPT response. We've learned from this experience and have made meaningful changes to our policies, training, ownership, transition processes. Whether or not you choose to visit a Bricks and Minifig store again is entirely your decision, but we're committed to being a company that earns that opportunity. That doesn't fix the look, Dunk Bricks, another Bricks account. That doesn't fix the police corruption and the atrocious response and threatening actions performed and documented by Bricks and Minifigs personnel. But cool story, I guess. Bricks and Minifigs responds, we encourage everyone to look at the official joint statements rather than internet speculation. What does the official joint statement say at all whatsoever about the atrocious police response? And the threatening actions? And the police corruption. It doesn't address the police corruption at all. They say police were involved strictly for standard incident response and the civil dispute with the family has been fully resolved, but that doesn't address the police corruption. Kyle Stone Lake said, new PR firm is working overtime in these comments. Bricks and Minifigs said, we are a small team trying to respond as best as we can to hundreds of comments. We are trying our best to respond to as many as we can. Somebody said, I'll wait for Ben's version. Bricks and Minifigs, we are pleased to share. This part is one of the craziest comments. We are pleased to share. This is Bricks and Minifigs. Somebody said, I'll wait for Ben's version. And Bricks and Minifigs said, we're pleased to share the reason Ben got involved in the first place, which was to help restore Brian's Star Wars Lego sets, is now resolved. So they're even replying to comments about Ben. They wrote his name out, Ben. Megan Bob Joe said, are y'all just copying and pasting comments into ChatGPT and volleying the response back to Instagram? They don't say no. They said, we are a small team trying our best to respond to hundreds of comments efficiently and effectively. That does mean that people who ask the same questions will get the same responses. Somebody said, the damage is done. Bricks and Minifigs, that certainly has been one of the this certainly has been one of the most difficult chapters in our history. We know trust has been impacted. And we don't expect it to be restored with one statement. That's why we focused on making real changes and demonstrating them through our actions moving forward. Y'all, like, it wasn't just one comment. This is like, they were in these freaking comments. Look, I took these pictures last night, 6 o'clock Eastern PM. Bricks and Minifigs, there was no U-Haul. We already read this one. It's not an admission of liability, wrongdoing, or unlawful conduct. Wow. In other words, BAM did nothing wrong, and we hope this all goes away. Nope. You lost tens of thousands of customers, myself included. I will smile when I hear more stores close. Ooh. You and your management team brought this upon yourselves. Karma is karma. They could have just let these comments sit, by the way. They did not have to respond to all these. I'm talking about the leadership of Bricks and Minifigs that take a break, beep, 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 same shit over and over. Okay, let's see what else. Doesn't matter if a resolution was met. The fact this happened at all in the first place is the issue. Not to mention this statement saying that it's not an admission of guilt. Are we seriously digging into this hole? The same canned answer. Leadership is taking responsibility by acknowledging blah, 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 blah. Somebody said, I read the message and thought, geez, this won't be good. Then I went to the comments to find the account replying and making everything worse. We already read that one. Somebody said, sadly, Starlit Saffron said, sadly, this situation was the first impression many, including myself, have of this business. The Mansell family and the franchise owners deserved better. Bricks and Minifigs. This has certainly been one of the most difficult chapters in our company's history. We know trust was impacted, and we don't expect it to be restored with one statement. That's why we focused on making real changes and demonstrating them. Somebody else said something about the U-Haul. So the Lego didn't mysteriously get taken away in a U-Haul? Huh. Funny. This is crazy. This is another one of the ones that's different than the other ones. Bricks and Minifigs said, looking back, there were multiple factors that contributed to this situation, and we recognize we could have handled parts of it better. So it's almost like they recognize they lied about the U-Haul without saying it. Because look, the question was, so the Legos didn't mysteriously get taken away in a U-Haul? Funny. Bricks and Minifigs officials said, looking back, there were multiple factors that contributed to this situation, and we recognize that we could have handled parts of it better. Through mediation, both parties were able to reach a mutually agreed upon resolution. While we can't discuss the confidential details, so there does appear to have been at least some confidentiality agreement signed. We've taken this experience seriously, and we have made important changes to our policies and operations to help prevent something like this from happening again. Okay, but they didn't deny the U-Haul thing. This is crazy right here. So the Legos didn't get taken away in a U-Haul. They're like, yeah, looking back, we did some stuff wrong. I can already hear the BAM map making an update right now. I can hear them reading this and updating the BAM map. Just what is this U-Haul? Comment. Reply. Interesting to hear. Waiting for the other side's statement now. Bricks and Minifigs said the mediation resulted in a mutually agreed upon, legally binding settlement between parties. We can't discuss the confidential terms, but both sides voluntarily reached an agreement. Matthew Allen Music said, still never shopping here again. Damage has been done. They said, we understand your perspective. We welcome you to visit us if you ever change your mind. One thing we encourage you to remember is that Bricks and Minifigs stores are locally owned small businesses. While we've made significant changes at the corporate level to prevent a situation like this from happening again, our franchise owners work hard every day to create welcoming places for Lego fans. The damage is done. We understand you feel that way. Look, same thing. We understand your perspective. We understand you feel that way. At least it wasn't a copy paste on that one, though. I hope they're not off the hook now. Their behavior does need some repercussions. We know trust isn't rebuilt overnight. We've learned from this experience. We have made meaningful changes to our policies, training, and ownership transition processes. Whether or not you choose to visit a Bricks and Minifigs store again is entirely your decision, but we are committed to being a company that owns that opportunity. So that's another copy paste. Your replies, somebody said, your replies are why I'm never stepping foot into one of your stores again. They said, sorry you feel that way. Sorry you feel that way. We're a small team trying to respond as efficiently and as many as we can. We hope to earn your trust back in the future. Now, I don't know if Chris Gorman saw this, but somebody said, wow, waiting to hear from Chris Gorman. Bricks and Minifigs even responded to that. Crystal's matter has not yet been resolved. Out of respect for the legal process and everyone involved, we aren't able to comment on the specifics at this time. Okay, yeah, but how about the fact that you're commenting on it? Somebody said, the Mormon Mafia strikes again. This will be the last one. Mormon Mafia strikes again. Bricks and Minifigs said, online conspiracy theories regarding leadership and religious practices are unfounded and untrue. A mutual resolution has been reached with the family, and we are focused on moving forward with full transparency. JBC said, still bullies. They said, we're sorry you feel that way. A mutual resolution was reached with the family, and we are focused on moving forward with full transparency. There were probably another, few that were worth looking at, but that's pretty much, the gist of what in the hell. Like, Michael, I don't know. Why does anyone over there think responding to literally any of these comments is a good idea? Beats the out of me. Rusty said, Bam should partner with Flock. Please. We already live in hell. What are you thinking? Thank you for the $2. Thank you, Shapeshift Leather. Shout out to Shapeshift Leather. I follow them on Instagram. Thank you for the 1,000 jewels. Thank you, Arnil So, for the 20 NOK. Will this be a good case study for law school? I don't know if, yeah, sure, it could be. I think it would be a much better case study for public relations school. Thank you to Justice, a Gypsy, for the $5 super chat. Does any of your company involve spitting in faces? Oh, different story, girl. Thank you so much to Rose for the $2. Nobody has confirmed if Brian has been paid yet. Thanks so much to Spike Frugal Fixer for the $4.99. Hold on. Why did Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson get included in this agreement, in this settlement agreement, if they had parted ways with them? That's a great question. They were the ones, I believe, were the most responsible for the bully tactics and then covered up. Thank you so much to Arnil So for the 20 NOK. They should also settle with Tattle the bird. Well, who even knows where in the hell that poor bird is? Thank you, Catfax, for the $9.99. Is it safe the settlement was for more than the value of the Legos, since this all prohibits Brian from monetizing content related to it, like selling his story to the mainstream documentarian? I have no reason to believe that that's part of the agreement. Did someone say somewhere that was part of the agreement that he can't talk about this to a documentary? I mean, he clearly can talk, because he told me he could come on my channel and talk, and he told me, and Collectors Weekly or whatever is doing an interview with him today. They announced that they were, so it seems like he can talk. I don't know what you mean about like selling his story. Maybe you know something I don't know though. I don't know everything though, so maybe I didn't hear what you heard. Thank you for the $9.99. Thank you, Rose, for the $2. Afraid of lawsuit versus respect for the legal process. Whoo, girl. Thank you for the $2. It does include, okay. So Catfax is like, oh, I thought it included a gag. It definitely does appear to include some type of non-disclosure. Like, the specific terms of the settlement and things like that do seem to be included, but I don't think that means they can't talk about it at all. And clearly, Bricks and Minifigs is making comments about it on their Instagram. Like, they're able to talk about it somewhat. I don't know the specifics, and I highly doubt I'll ever know the specifics, because strictly speaking, that is supposed to be confidential. Thank you, Wyatt, for the jewels. How much of this agreement are they breaking with the same old narrative of denial? Delusional. Well, I was on Luss's chat yesterday. I was like in there just like as an audience member or whatever. He was in rare form. Y'all were on his nerves yesterday. I don't know what y'all did to make Luss so mad. Y'all were on his freaking nerves yesterday. He was hollering at people, calling them idiot. Calling people idiots. Let's see. But they do seem to have signed some type of confidentiality agreement to apply to certain aspects of the settlement agreement, because in the comments section of the Instagram, when Bam was spiraling, Briggs and Minifigs official, they were saying there were certain things that they couldn't disclose, but they clearly were disclosing other things. So they must have like an agreed upon list of things they can discuss, make mention of, and talk about, and a certain list, of things they can't talk about. Did Brian sign an NDA? Thank you for the $4.99, Tim. I don't know for sure. I didn't ask him specifically if he signed an NDA. I'm putting pieces together here from Bam's statements and the one joint statement. Like, clearly Bricks and Minifigs is making comments about it in general. I would imagine they did sign a sort of confidentiality agreement, but it doesn't appear like it is like a very strict one like we're used to hearing about coming from them. Hold on, I need to read a text message. Hold on, I gotta just send this text. Wait, when I unplug the headphones, does it stop crackling as much? Can y'all still hear me? I hope I didn't mess something up. Oh, I should do a poll. Good idea, Davey. I'm gonna do that. What exactly do you mean though? What thing? What has helped or hurt Vam? The resolution or something else? Okay, I'm gonna put a poll up and I want y'all to tell me if it helped or hurt Vam. Oh, I'm in the wrong account. Hold on. The settlement. Okay, all right. Do you think the Mansell settlement helped or hurt Bam? I think it helps them, me personally. I think their crash out in the comments is hurting them. But the settlement does take some wind out of the sails. It was the original sin as far as, you know, us finding out about it. But that doesn't mean y'all have to agree with me. Oh, okay, let me add options. Because somebody, because somebody said helped from in a legal way, legal perspective, hurt. No, I'm just going to do two. I'm just going to do two. I'm going to do helped hurt, and then y'all can explain, because then it's like it becomes this matrix, and then two can be true, and then I don't want to do that. Helped, Bam, hurt, Bam. I understand and realize this is very vague. Like, this could mean anything, so. I did put the poll up. Okay. So, Albert said, I'm just glad Ammon had to eat his integrity and accept the short end of the stick on his own shady dealings. Somebody said, helped legally, but hurt them publicly. Until we know what the settlement is, I can't answer. Brielle said, I think it doesn't help them. Because they said it's in part their fault. They paid money out on it, which damages their other cases that spawn from this. Well, I mean, that's why they said this isn't an admission of wrongdoing, and we still, you know, there still are disputed. It's still disputed. Dirty Wizard said, on net it helped, but the implied admissions also are going to hurt them in the bin case. Legally is sneaky. Thanks. Gives them a chance at a fall guy. If they have little to no customers as a result of this situation, it hurt overall. Too little, too late. Bam, hurt themselves financially, and now I'm sure they can't help their local stores. Leadership should have stepped down. I agree. Okay, Ophelia said, I'm going to wait to hear from Brian before making any kind of opinion on the settlement. Arthur said, I think it helped them, but if there's any help at all for them left, yeah. Can we not forget this took years? I don't know who we is. I don't really like the we thing. I don't like royal we. But y'all can do whatever y'all want. This did take years to reach a resolution. I don't think the fact gets hidden away. I think we all remembered that. But this has been going on for a very long time. BAM is even responding to other unrelated posts with the bot response mutual agreement BS when a dig is made at their brand practices. It's pretty funny. It helped in that the money was paid finally. Mean Panda, they have zero credibility. So the Instagram comments didn't really make that lower for me. They're up to something. They're shutting shop up real soon. Leadership should have stepped aside months ago. The assigned rights to pursue restitution of the lost collection will remove this line from Crystal's case. David said, I imagine Chris should be able to access settlement terms in discovery. Jocelyn said, I think globally it hurt them because they've continued their BS. They continued their lack of accountability. Legally, it may help a bit, but can they even continue their RICO suit against Ben without Brian? That's the question. Somebody said, Randy said, if they just said we settled, that would have helped. But this joint statement actually made it worse. Rando from Iowa said, I will never forgive a company trying to rip off somebody with cancer, period. Jay Brayton, it does not help them. This settlement is taking the L for BAM. It's basically the chicken dance, girl. Somebody said, I feel so much for Crystal. The little old cat lady said the settlement may help some, but their statements are not helping. Throwing Chris under the bus feels even more desperate, an attempt to deflect blame. I think it takes the bite out of Chris's defense, unfortunately. I kind of disagree, Valkyrie, which I asked all your opinions, so I appreciate you giving yours. I don't think it takes the bite out of Chris's because Chris has so many other claims that have nothing to do with this consignment. Like, the fact that they created defaults out of thin air really didn't have anything to do with the assignment. The fact that they wouldn't turn over consignment. The fact that they wouldn't turn over her lease to her has nothing to do with the consignment. The fact that they didn't turn over her bank account to her, as was required by the agreement that they entered into, that has nothing to do with the consignment. And so I don't really think the bite is taken out of Chris's complaint because she is suing as a former franchisee, not just someone who lost her inventory in the store from the consignment collection. She's also suing for defamation. They went in there and they said she was doing drugs. They said she was abandoning the store. They said all kinds of things that are provably and demonstrably not true. And there's like actual evidence for it. You don't even have to take her or Ben Gorman's word for it. Even though I think they have been more credible as of yet than Bricks and Minifigs. Like, their word lines up more so with reality than Bricks and Minifigs. So I disagree with you, but I do think it takes a lot of the bite out of possible counterclaims or jury sympathy that would have been had in Ben's case, which is totally separate in a separate court. But I don't know. I mean, you could totally be right. So now they're going to go after Ben and Crystal. Somebody said, oh yeah, Rico can keep going without Brian. The action still happened. Yeah, but they said, so the thing about Rico is there has to be a leader. There has to be the head of the Rico, like the leader of the syndicate. And so in their original theory of the case, Brian was the head. He was the gang leader, not Ben. So now they're going to have to replead the whole thing and basically make a different mastermind. It's like, oh, just kidding. It wasn't Al Capone. It was this other guy who lived down the street and worked with him. Like, he was the actual mastermind. Like, that kind of takes the bite out of it. Davey said they should have dropped everything. Jay Draven said, at this point, even if the current leadership steps down, they still aren't going to get any of my money. I think many agree with this. Birdheart Chris, with Chris and Ben piercing the CV in the complaint, there a corporate veil in the complaint. Is there a way they could potentially pull RB into the suit? Reed, being the CFO, isn't he responsible for the questionable FDDs? Good question. I could see a world where they do that. The problem with bringing more and more people in is those people then get to pay their money to get a lawyer. And now you're fighting them and them and them and them and this lawyer and this lawyer and this lawyer. Reed could also say that his figures were correct, substantively correct, and then we're back to square one, and Chris and Ben have wasted a lot of money. I think it comes down to a legal strategy question. I don't see a reason why they couldn't at least give it a shot, though. I don't think it would be in like bad faith to add him. Bam is not going to throw Brandon Best, Josh Johnson, and Kai under the bus because they know where all the skeletons are buried. Bricks and Minifigs claims they didn't know about the consignment, but they had to approve all those posts on social media by their franchisees. Ewoks rule. I hope the Mancells checked that the money was deposited and cleared before they allowed the statement to be made. Is it Sega or Saiga? What is the specific factual statement in the criticism against Bam you believe is false, and what evidence make you believe it's false? I don't know. What is a specific factual statement in the criticism against Bam you believe is false, and what evidence? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't like that it was Brian who asked Ben to help him, but didn't demand that Bam had to retract all accusations made toward Ben before signing anything. I think you're not alone in this, Ray Vielto. I think a lot of people's knee-jerk reaction was like, what about Ben? Like, he got dragged into this, and now Brian got the lawsuit dismissed against him, but he didn't demand that it happen against Ben. I mean, I did see quite a few people saying that, but here's the thing. We have no idea what conversations have gone on between these guys in the back end and behind the scenes. So me personally, I'm going to hold out making judgments because I could totally see a world where Ben was like, look, we're about to go scorched earth on these people, and you probably don't want to have anything to do with this. So I would encourage you to just go ahead and get out of this. Get your money for your Legos. I'm not saying that's what happened. I did not hear that that's what happened. Nobody told me that's what happened. I could just be imagining things that never happened. I'm not saying that happened. But the point is, Ben and Brian have been working together for over a year, it seems, at this point. And I would imagine, just based on the fact that of everyone, the person who's, even more so than Ben, the person whose story and accounts of the stories have added up the best and the most has been Brian Mancell, in my opinion. He's handled this situation very well. He hasn't had to go back on anything he said. He hasn't said very much. And so for me, he has a lot of credibility. And so I don't really see a world where he's just like, thanks for your help, Ben. Bye. And just settles and leaves Ben hanging. But I don't, maybe that's, wishful thinking, but that is really what I think. Bam won't throw, we already read that. Zero notice before the takeover. Rico alert. Crystal's story has also remained the same. Yes, it has. And matches the evidence. Yep. I totally agree with that. I'm not disagreeing with that at all. All they do is steal franchise owners who have used their life savings to have something to leave their loved ones. Well, I'm not accusing them of stealing, by the way. They're still defaming her, falsely implied her for a thief. I sincerely wish every franchise owner would close up shop at the same time. Well, the problem, oh my God, not that name, Dale Earnhardt's seat. Oh my God. The problem with that is they all got bills to pay just like we do. It's kind of like people saying, well, I wish that they would just boycott their work and not go back. Well, it's like, okay, well, tell that to the landlord when the rent is due or whatever. It is hard to just close your whole store down, especially when you have invested so much into it. Sincerely wish every franchise owner would. Okay, I probably should have worded it a little different. Some of the bite. I see what you're saying. And I wasn't disagreeing with you either, like fully, because I don't really know. That's just my opinion. So you could still be completely right. The settlement is good for the store owners. Is approve off wrong? Bam is not credible at all. Is it me or the latest statements makes our defamation case stronger? Seems kind of like it. It was Schmal Cabone. Giovanni said, oh my God, that is such an Italian name. Are you Italian? Giovanni Banuelos. Maybe not. Giovanni seems Italian. I don't think the Mansell settlement hurt Bam on its own. It's the conditions, stipulations, and mystery surrounding it still. Can't trust Bam's statements, Latino Otaku said. Can't trust their statements regarding the settlement. Waiting on interviews with Brian. The Don we accuse is not the Don. It was the other one. What is this? Honey Badger? Or something else? Weasel? Thank you to Hoamarufo, girl, I can't read that, for the $4.99. BAM claims they didn't know about consignment, yet they have to approve all social media posts before posting. Is that true? I thought they just had the right to go in and remove it after posting. They have to approve every single post before posting. I did not realize that. I didn't realize they had to approve it before it got posted. That's crazy. What do you mean independent owned and operated? Thank you for the $4.99. Thank you, Teresa, for the 10 jewels. Scorpio said if they actually gave a fair settlement to Brian, great. But they still have a lot of work to do to fix this, including dropping all lawsuits and all criminal accusations with retractions on all publicly. The settlement agreement, John Dickens says, doesn't change the events that inevitably led to Ben's involvement. I think only part of the mutual statement made by the Mansell family is that they confirmed that they settled the case. Bam and Reed Brimhall are not broke. A lot of their corporate stores are still making money. Ben did want Brian to be made whole in the end. Ben still has to release part 4. Valkyrie said, I really hope Brian was made whole, especially after everything Bam put him through. Ben promised to make the Mansells whole, but I don't think this story is over by a long shot. How do we know they didn't just fudge or make up the information? Oh, it was a raccoon. Bam kept saying they refused to try this in court of public opinion. The Salem brick trials. But that's what most everyone wants. Transparency and accountability. We want the details. No more secrecy. Do the dollar signs in Bam's eyes... the dollar signs in Bam's eyes wouldn't have lit up if they hadn't known about the consignment. True. Some of the stores might be making money, but they all report losses in the whole. Bam's stores are definitely not independently operated. Corporate literally tells them how they have to operate. Didn't Bam make Brian sign an NDA as a condition of settlement? We may never learn the true story. For all we know, Bam offered peanuts and dropped their lawsuit and claims to make whole. Yeah, but I don't think Brian Mansell was going to settle for peanuts after all they put him through. This would have been a nice resolution months ago. But now, the hole they dug themselves into cannot be fixed with Brick GPT Instagram responses. I want to look at my PR advice. I had given some PR advice to Bam. Months ago. And I want to see how well it would have been if they would have just followed it. When was it from? Let's see. Oh my God, this is crazy. Like, this channel is very new. Okay, Bricks and Minifigs dad lashes out. Okay, look. Okay, here it is. Look at this. I made it 2 or 3 months ago. And I basically gave them the advice that would have gotten them out of it. They don't want to listen to me. 2 months ago. Bricks and Minifigs PR plan, I said. Oh, I gotta change
Friendly,
accounts.
somebody warm, not cold, not cold.
Oh my god, this video. This is so funny. Feels like a lifetime ago.
Friendly, somebody warm.
And some of y'all were mad. Some of y'all were mad at me because you were like, why are you giving them PR advice? I was like, y'all, first of all, there's like hundreds, possibly thousands of people who depend on like their bills getting paid because of this stupid company. Like all the franchise owners, their kids' kids, whatever. Plus, Brian Mansell being made whole is a really important part of this. He should be made whole. Also, Bricks and Minifigs now has a Ben Schneider problem. Like, that's why I was giving this. It wasn't to help Bricks and Minifigs out. So now, since I've been in this world for a while, and since it seems like Bricks and Minifigs is absolutely desperate for some good PR advice, I'm going to give them a little bit of my own advice here. Like if they were, this is going to be for free. All right, this is going to be for free. And this is going to be, what if I was hired to be their consultant, would tell them. If anybody from over there is watching this, get your notebook out, all right, and consider taking my advice. You already lost the social media battle. It's over. It's done. You lost. You went into battle and you lost, and that's okay. That has happened before. But in a situation like this, public trust is going to be a lot more important than anything you can do in the courtroom. It's going to take way too... Why they didn't listen to me? Public trust is way more important than anything you're going to be able to do in a courtroom. For a legal victory to be decided. Even if you can successfully silence Reckless Ben at this point, you have already lost the social media battle and a lot of the public's trust. And if it looks like you are just trying to silence the little guy, then the rest of the public is going to lose trust in you too. It's going to be completely said and done for you. Silencing him is absolutely not what you want to do. I didn't even go to school for this, y'all. It's just a natural talent. Even though that is what you think that you want to do here. If your goal is actually to protect the franchise owners and rebuild the brand, this is the strategy I would recommend. Number one, I would reset the optics. I would completely just overhaul and revamp the optics. Ammon gotta go. Of the entire leadership of this company. I don't care who founded it, and I don't care if he's desperate to still be in a leadership position. For the next few months, at the very least, you need to usher in a new CEO and a new COO. Somebody charismatic, somebody sparky and young and fun, and somebody that's hip and cool and will be willing somebody with some swag. These nerds and losers are not going to cut it. Collaborate with Reckless Ben. This is my advice. Consider having that current weird mustache guy sit in the back seat, step back for a while, at least temporarily. They can remain involved in the operations behind the scenes. I would say that I would make the same suggestion for the COO. Okay, the chief operating officer, the chief executive officer, Matt, the ones that are in those positions right now need to step back. That's my opinion. That's my advice. And we need to just redo the whole leadership right now for those two positions. Have some other people come in. The ones that are in there right now have obviously failed in the mission, so they need to move back. They're also conflicted at this point. They, like I said, they can remain involved, but they need to step back from an actual leadership role at this time. Yep. You need to replace them with somebody that's got genuine charisma. They still not listen to me on this, and they need to. Strong social media awareness, like I mentioned, and they do not need to have this cold Erica Kirk, did not have it. No, somebody friendly, somebody warm, not cold, not corporate, and not with the villain mustache on camera. I'm just trying to give you the true advice, okay? And it's for free. That person's job has to first be to communicate clearly that the company values the community, understands the gravity of what happened, and is committed to rebuilding the trust that they must acknowledge has been lost. Bricks and Minifigs went from riding very high as one of the most reputable places to do this type of exchanging the Legos and selling the Legos to number one suspect. I mean, other businesses that even have similar names are catching strays over how bad this whole thing has been. Okay. Now, number two, once you do that step one where you get new people, get that A-man guy out of here and get the other guy out of here for a while, put your new guys in, okay, for at least temporary. Y'all need to put out a public statement. And the public statement can't be, we were forced offline. No, you have to fully accept what the public has indicted you with. The court of public opinion has already taken my advice. Decided y'all stole that man's. If they would have just took this advice, we wouldn't be having these problems we having. Okay, so y'all should go back and watch that video of my PR advice because I was right. So there's a few more Bricks and Minifigs goings on right now that had not as much to do with the settlement. Like there's just other kind of like news going on. So I want to get into some of that as well. Josh Johnson, this was from this might be Ben. It says Nerdy Gorman. It says Josh Johnson planned to own 20 to 50 stores. Someone just let me know about this, and you all may have heard this already, but Emma Soares talks about her one meeting with Josh Johnson and how it's stuck in her memory because he said he planned to own 20 to 50 BAM franchises. That's not because you love your community and you love Lego. You wouldn't even know your customers if you had 50 locations. And it's also not because you have a keen business savvy. If you had the $10 million it would actually take to purchase 50 BAM franchises, there's better investments. So how did he plan to get 50 BAM franchises?
Bricks and Minifigs is basically seen as the best and safest way to sell your Lego collections.
So I guess this is some type of like a video. I haven't seen this.
Legos. So what I'm planning to do with them is take them to my local Bricks and Minifigs.
Yeah, so that's me. That is me in a Bricks and Minifigs sponsored TikTok that I posted. I was then featured in the Reckless Ben video investigation about Bricks and Minifigs. Hi, my name is Emily, and I've worked with Bricks and Minifigs on sponsored content probably more than anybody. I've been thinking a lot about how to go about this, and honestly, it's been so difficult. Do I stay silent?
How did I miss this video?
Bricks and Minifigs a lot in the past. It feels weird to stay silent. I should say something. But what does that look like? And so here we are. I wanted to give my perspective on all of this. The scandal itself has been absolutely insane to see unfold online. I've been busy, I've been traveling, but my eyes have been glued to YouTube. What's happening next? What's being uploaded next? Is Brian gonna get his Legos back? But the weirdest part to me is that I know Ammon and Matt, the CEO and COO of Bricks and Minifigs.
Made it in.
That's them in the background of this video from the 100th Bricks and Minifigs grand opening.
Hi, welcome to the 100th Bricks and Minifigs store. Too crazy in here. Let's show you around a little bit, and then you can already see the line outside. There's already a ton of people here.
I was sponsored to travel to Arizona from Texas for the grand opening. And then there's Josh, the guy from all of this. He's the new owner. I was watching with my husband Ross, and we were like, wait, could it be that Josh? Like, there was no way. I was like, what? We did actually meet Josh and talk to him for a little bit at a Bricks and Minifigs store opening in New Orleans.
Weddle is gone versus.
More on that in a little bit. Let's talk about Bricks and Minifigs. So
Leave
for anyone
my
out there
people-
who's new, who doesn't know,
Leave my people alone in New Orleans and Baton Rouge.
I make Lego videos. It's probably obvious. And Bricks and Minifigs is a huge part of my origin story. I love Bricks and Minifigs. My first
So y'all don't like this girl. I don't think I ever heard of her.
two Lego sets I ever owned came from Bricks and Minifigs. It was like a Women of NASA set, a mystery machine. And this was back in 2017. The store just opened and it was awesome. Me and my husband have been going there. We love to shop. We love the store staff. We honestly just go there to hang out sometimes. I love talking with them, and like, we're not 20 anymore. We don't go to the bar. We go hang out at Bricks and Minifigs. It's fun while we're out at the house to stop in, see what kind of Lego they have, and chat. I like the people there. I also, over the years, have made a ton of sponsored content with Bricks and Minifigs, usually to local stores, sometimes with corporate. I did work with them for a period of time. And that Bricks and Minifigs content did really well on our channel. That's kind of like what we were known for a while. We even had a catchy jingle we would sing when we went.
Bricks and Minifigs.
Bricks and Minifigs, Bricks and Bricks and Bricks and Minifigs, Bricks and Minifigs, Bricks and Minifigs, Bricks and Bricks and Bricks and Minifigs, Minifigs, Bricks and Bricks and Bricks.
That aged poorly. But people would watch our videos. They knew the song. They would come up to us at Lego conventions. If we saw them in person, they would come up to us literally just singing the song. They would tell us how they and their kids sing it on the way to their Bricks and Minifigs store. All of this is just so sad because Bricks and Minifigs is where the local Lego community thrives. Now, I haven't been going as much as I used to. If you're new here, I have an 11-month-old baby. I stopped making videos with Bricks and Minifigs back in late 2024 because I had a bad pregnancy and leaving the house was hard. And now on the other side of that, now that we have an 11-month-old, leaving the house is hard. So we don't go as often as we used to, and we haven't made any videos with them in a very long time. But yeah, we've been to grand openings for Bricks and Minifigs all over the country. I had a relationship with a lot of
She had a video that was critical of Ben. Ooh, but she deleted it. Oh, interesting. Ooh, y'all are giving the tea in the chat. Okay. Okay. I did, don't worry. I got my Lego collection right here. Don't worry. Don't worry.
around the country, like the local franchises. But some of those grand openings were sponsored by corporate, and I made a lot of sponsored content with corporate through the years, which after seeing all of this unfold is so weird to think about, but that's what happened. That's what it was. But when my daughter was born last July, they sent us this huge baby care package. Like, it was actually so generous. So this is just wild, seeing all of this internet drama about these people that I, like, kind of know. Are we friends? No, we're not friends. We've, like, emailed and we've met, I think, twice in person. The people at Band Corporate that were featured in the Reckless Ben video, I did not have emails back and forth with. I was usually working with, like, people below them, I guess, like their marketing team. I've worked a lot closer with my local Bricks and Minifigs, who, as y'all know, have nothing to do with the drama. I live in Austin, Texas. And then there's Josh. I mentioned him earlier, so I don't really know him well at all. I don't know Ammon and Matt that well, like, on a personal level. Again, it's like a business relationship, but, like, Josh, we briefly met. It was at a Bricks and Minifigs grand opening in New Orleans. That city is awesome, by the way. We had, like, such a great time exploring the city. Food's great.
I'm
We
from
chatted with Josh
Louisiana.
for, like,
It's
maybe
not that
5
great.
minutes at the opening.
New Orleans is kind of dirty and scary, to be honest. But if you're from there, you know, that's my people and all.
like in this back room with a lot of like cool old retired sets, which is like obviously what we want to showcase in our video. And this was sometime in 2023, maybe like early 2024. But how I remember the conversation going was he said that he was there with Bricks and Minifigs, presumably corporate, to see how grand opening.
Yo, I need to see the first video. Who saved it? Who got it posted somewhere? I want to see the shill video y'all keep saying.
Get a feel for things, kind of like experience it before he wanted to purchase a handful of franchises. My husband was there with me and he told Josh like, oh, that's so cool. Like, we know someone in San Antonio that owns 2 stores. That's crazy. That's really cool. Is that what you're looking to do? And Josh was like, no, more like 25 to 50, which was crazy. Like, that's the 100th Lego store had just opened. This guy wants to open 25 to 50. I feel like that's probably not happening now. I don't know how that's going for him.
Oh wait, I missed it. Hold on.
Wanted to purchase a handful of franchises. Like early 2024. But how I remember the conversation going was he said that he was there with Bricks and Minifigs, presumably corporate, to see how grand openings work, get a feel for things, kind of like experience it before he wanted to purchase a handful of franchises. My husband was there with me and he
This was in 2024. That's the year they took Crystal's store.
I don't know Ammon and Matt that well, like on a personal level. Again, it's like a business relationship, but like Josh, we briefly met. It was at a Bricks and Minifigs grand opening in New Orleans. That city is awesome, by the way. We had like such a great time exploring the city. Food's great. But we chatted with Josh for like maybe 5 minutes at the opening. He was like in this back room with a lot of like cool old retired sets, which is like obviously what we want to showcase in our video. And this was sometime in 2023, maybe like early 2024. But how I remember the conversation going was he said that he was there with Bricks and Minifigs, presumably corporate, to see how grand openings work, get a feel for things, kind of like experience it before he wanted to purchase a handful of franchises. My husband was there with me and he told Josh like, oh, that's so cool. Like, we know someone in San Antonio that owns 2 stores. That's crazy. That's really cool. Is that what you're looking to do? And Josh was like, no, more like 25 to 50, which was crazy. Like, that's the 100th Lego store had just opened. This guy wants to open 25 to 50. I feel like that's probably not happening now. I don't know how that's going.
That's weird. That's weird. Josh told someone, no. I don't want 2. I don't want 2 to 3. I want 25 to 50. Huh.
For him, or if he actually ended up buying any other stores. He owned the one in Salem, the one that's featured in all the videos. And not only was 25 to 50 stores crazy to hear, again, like the 100th store just opened, but like that raised red flags to us because Bricks and Minifigs, the vibe there is that it's like family owned, it's local, each one has its own kind of personality, they build their own community. It's not like McDonald's franchise where when you walk into a McDonald's, it's hopefully like the same thing everywhere you go. Bricks and Minifigs is a little bit local, a little bit unique, and that was always part of the charm to it. So yeah, hearing someone wants to buy 50 stores, they're probably in it for the money. They're probably not there to help cultivate the Lego community in their local area. And that was kind of scary because that's not the direction we wanted Bricks and Minifigs to go. But yeah, we didn't really think much about this conversation with Josh until like we saw him pop up on the Reckless Ben YouTube video. Like that was kind of wild. So all of that to say, knowing these people is really uncomfortable. I don't like it. I've never like seen internet drama of people that I know. That's weird. That's a weird experience to have. But that's also why I wanted to sit down and make this video, is because I have a relationship with them. I've been sponsored by them for many years. My husband even has like Bricks and Minifigs aprons, and we like to grill meat. We live in Texas, and he'll wear that when he's grilling. But the other day when we went to grill, we said, maybe not this apron today. Maybe not. Okay, so for anyone that needs a quick summary of the situation, I'll make this quick. I assume everyone's seen something about this online, at least one of the videos, or a recap. A family, the Manzells, consigned a very large Lego Star Wars collection to a Bricks and Minifigs franchise location. This was in Salem, Oregon. That franchise changed ownership, and now the family has been unable to get their collection or the money from their collection back. The numbers are being disputed. It looks like the actual value is probably closer to $100,000. This $200,000 number has been thrown around everywhere. It's probably just like some marketing hype that was posted from the original owner of that location on like Facebook to advertise the sets when they came in. The Lego sets are essentially missing. The blame's being passed around everywhere. And I've watched Bam's messaging. Bam equals Bricks and Minifigs, by the way. Bam, Bricks and Minifigs. Bam's message.
Michael said, to paraphrase her first video, Ben is an annoying goober, and I understand Ammon and Josh not wanting to interact with him. I remember the word goober specifically. Okay, so somebody said she did not delete that video. Let's see. I don't see any. Was it alive? Bricks and Minifigs corporate needs to resign. That's the video we were just watching. It's not up here now. Okay. Anyway, so that was interesting. Josh wants to own 50 stores. Well, he was right on his way, wasn't he? Before Ben got involved.
Interview with
Okay, so shout out to Collecting Weekly. Shout out to Collecting Weekly. We're going to move on to the next topic here. They were the first. Wait, hold on. Yvette, I think that's my cousin from Louisiana right there. She said Josh Ammon and their lot are not allowed in Louisiana. Guess what? Josh and Ammon did their Mormon mission in Louisiana, Alexandria. And isn't it interesting that Troubled Teen School, the Louisiana National Guard School, the Teen Challenge program is also in Alexandria? I mean, these like abuse schools and these people keep overlapping randomly. Just random, I'm sure. Oh, that is the first video. It's edited. She edited that video? Oh, girl. Oh, it might be at the end of the video? Okay, well, let's watch it. Let's finish it then, if it's at the end of the video. Wait, no, that's mine. Let's go here. All right, if it might be at the
internet
end.
drama of people that I know. That's weird. That's a weird experience to have. But that's also why I wanted to sit down and make this video, is because I have a relationship with them. I've been sponsored by them for many years. My husband even has like Bricks and Minifigs aprons, and we like to grill meat. We live in Texas, and he'll wear that when he's grilling. But the other day when we went to grill, we said, maybe not this apron today. Maybe not. Okay, so for anyone that needs a quick summary of the situation, I'll make this quick. I assume James messaging has shifted all over the place, and honestly, I don't really care who authorized it or like the nitty gritty of it. What I care about and what happened here is a family trusted this business with their Lego collection, something that was very valuable and mattered to them and their future. And they were wronged. They were spoken down to by Bricks and Minifigs corporate and put through what seems like a literal nightmare, trying to get the money from their collection or their collection back so that they can sell it and get money from that to pay for, I think it's the father's medical bills and then the grandkids' college. I don't know. They're trying to put that money towards their future. That was like their life savings. The Mansell family trusted Bricks and Minifigs with this, and they deserve to be made right. Full stop. Now here's where I need to talk about something that's not getting enough attention. There's a lot of people out there that aren't necessarily Lego fans that are like really invested in this, and something you need to understand is that like your local Bricks and Minifigs franchise locations have literally nothing to do with this except for that one location in like Salem, Oregon. That location is what this is about. No other location is involved as far as we know. The owners of those locations, as well as all the employees there,
yeah, it does seem like one of the talking points of corporate is being snuck in here. Like that, this is about the one store. No, this is about the leadership of the whole company. Friend. This is about the leadership and their response to it and their dereliction of duty and their stupidity. It's not just about one store. It's about the leadership of the entire company.
Really hate this as much as you do. They're not having a good time, but they've been experiencing so much hate, and it really sucks to see it. Bricks and Minifigs stopped answering the phone.
I do agree. Don't, send hate to these independent franchise owners because they might be being abused by Bricks and Minifigs too. We don't really know.
Because they were getting death threats. That's wild. There's teenagers who work there. It's like a summer job. They don't deserve that. Yesterday I saw footage of a fist fight in a Bricks and Minifigs. I don't know what that was about.
I don't want to
Scandal and corporate. So they're not happy about it either, which really sucks for them. And knowing all of this, it's really sad to see these stores being vandalized, but I understand the frustration. I get.
Don't vandalize stores. That's messed up. You should get arrested if you do that.
Something to keep in mind while trying to figure out how to maybe channel your frustration is that the Bricks and Minifigs franchise owners, they have NDAs. They're contractually prohibited against speaking out against corporate. And this isn't information I got from a local Bricks and Minifigs. This is just kind of like well known in the community. Those restrictions they have only gotten tighter through all of this. So I guess please don't go into your local store and vandalize or shout at them. They legally can't like respond or like speak on this. All these locations sign into multi-year contracts and deals when they take on that franchise name. The stores can't just become like Texas Brick Company or Austin Brick Company and just drop.
Well, they should be allowed to at this point after Bricks and Minifigs done ran their name into the ground.
Bricks and Minifigs from their name. Like that is really not going to be possible for a lot of these places. And I want to be very clear here. I am not sympathizing with Bricks and Minifigs corporate. I am sympathizing with those franchise owners that are really just being held hostage through all of this and dragged through this scandal. They're being held hostage by this corporation. So to Ammon and Matt, I am really hoping this video gets to you. I think you're subbed to Emmasaurus. You know me, and you know that I don't normally make videos like this. I do not take this lightly. The messaging from corporate has been confusing. It has shifted a lot. It looks like the blame is being placed in all sorts of places. There's no accountability being had. I don't need every fact to know that this has gone on for far too long and so many people have been hurt by this. The Mansell family was wrong. Franchise locations all over the country are being harassed, vandalized. They're getting nasty phone calls, and now there's fist fights starting in Bricks and Minifig stores because of a situation that your decisions or lack of decisions and lack of accountability have allowed to spiral. Bricks and Minifigs is a huge part of the Lego community. It's a huge part of me, my content, my story with Lego. Like I said at the beginning of this video, I used to make a lot of Bricks and Minifigs content. There was a lot of brand visibility to Bricks and Minifigs given through my platform. Through my videos and my content, I've brought people through the doors of Bricks and Minifigs for over a decade. We have the Bricks and Minifigs little jingle that we used to sing, and I've always spoken so highly of Bricks and Minifigs. I've encouraged people to check out the store for like a decade now. I am asking you, not demanding, not threatening, asking and pleading with you to make this right on behalf of everyone. Myself, the Lego community, Brian, whether that means making—
All right, well, if anybody has the goober clip,
Mansell family whole, which they deserve to be made right, whatever that looks
Oh,
like.
yeah.
Whether that means you all sitting down together in a room to discuss next steps with no PR stunts or tricks, saying that you were potentially going to drop charges in your last statement was definitely a red flag. Whether that means leadership taking a hard look at whether they're to—
somebody said, yeah, this doesn't feel anywhere near as bam shilling as the commenters here suggested. I think the commenters here are saying that some stuff got either removed from this video or this is a totally separate new video.
people to lead this brand right now, because I personally don't see how Bricks and Minifigs can come back from this as a franchise without new management taking over. Now,
That's literally what I said around the same time.
I don't have the authority or position to call for your resignation, but like, I do.
I have the authority and position. You know what my authority and position is? Here I am doing it. Resign. Sell your shares.
About it. And maybe you should. For the sake of the 300 plus franchise stores that are attached to your name, Bricks and Minifigs, as well as the LEGO community who enjoy the Bricks and Minifigs stores. I don't know the best way forward for Bricks and Minifigs, but what I've seen unfold on the internet over the last week or so is so sad. Ryan and his family need to be made right. And I do know that you at Bricks and Minifigs Corporate have the power to find what the right answer is. Please use that power. I hate seeing this company that I love being made into a spectacle. Now to everyone who loves LEGO and loves BAM and is really angry right now.
Okay, whatever. I don't really care. Okay, so Collecting Weekly, if you will recall, they were the first group, at least that I'm aware of, to try to take this story public. They somehow were in touch with Brian, and they did make videos about this issue. And I had never heard of them before this story or anything like that, but because they were on this story so early and they did receive legal demand letters from Bricks and Minifigs, they're kind of OGs of the story. Well, look at this that they posted 3 days ago, and it only has 4.8 thousand views. I think it needs to have a lot more views. But the title of the video is Another Bricks and Minifigs Owner Speaks Out. Their take on the BAM controversy. Let me subscribe on this channel. I'm subscribed on BJC Live, but that one, I need to switch my premium account over. Okay, so let's see. Another Bricks and Minifigs owner speaks out their take on the BAM controversy.
Hey guys, my name is Zach. Welcome to Ox News. Today we have another interview with an anonymous Bricks and Minifigs franchise owner. I have been working on this interview for quite some time, and I'm not sure whether there were personal circumstances with the owner that I spoke with, or perhaps they got cold feet on answering some of the final questions that I asked. But I think it's time for me to move forward and post the interview as I have.
So they were interviewing with this owner, current owner or former. I think it's a current owner. They were interviewing with this person, and then all of a sudden the person just ghosted them. So they're like, look, we're going to release what we got then.
Completed a bulk majority of the questions. Unfortunately, the questions that they had not gotten back to me were questions that were left in our last interview in the YouTube comments and from Reddit. I did have some great questions that were asked there, a little bit more in-depth questions than what I was asking, and I was never able to get them to answer those questions. As such, or as per usual, the identity and store location of this franchise have been verified by us, and they're being withheld at the source's request. These are the questions that we supplied and their answers. The only editing that we have done to these answers is removing any identifying information. And so let's get into it.
Okay.
This will also be posted on our Google Drive for you guys that just want to read the text version and you don't want to hear me speak. That is perfectly okay. But for now, let's get into it.
Okay.
What are your overall thoughts on everything that's happened so far? Are you a member of the IABAMF group?
Okay, the IABAMF group is their union thing.
Sure, my thoughts are that I didn't sign up to pay the financial consequences of their bad decisions. I am a member of IABAMF, although I don't agree much with them either. They only want to fight for leadership change, and there is no change they can make that will recover their reputation.
That's huge to me. That's a big sentence to me. The question is, what are your thoughts on everything that's happened so far, and are you a member of the union? My thoughts are I didn't sign up to pay the financial consequences of BAM's bad decisions. I am a member of that union, although I don't agree with them either. Now, we did hear quite a bit about this. I'm calling it a union. I think unions require certain specific, legal benchmarks be met and stuff. So I don't want to call it a union like TM. It may just be like an association or a collective bargaining group or something, but we'll call it a union. for the purposes of right now. So we haven't really heard a lot about the specifics of what that union is actually asking for. And this says they only want to fight for leadership change, but there's no change they can make that will recover their reputation. So new leadership is the least they could do, in my opinion. But it's interesting to me to find out that this new group is just trying to get the leadership changed and everything else go back to business as usual. This person is saying, I don't agree with that either.
A majority of the store owners have...
There's no change they're going to be able to make that's going to recover their reputation. So it seems like this person just wants to annihilate the whole company of Bricks and Minifigs, just get rid of it, and it's over now.
Although I don't agree much with them either. They only want to fight for leadership change, and there is no change they can make that will recover their reputation. A majority of the store owners have other professions, deep pockets, working spouses, etc. I dumped every cent I was worth into this store, largely on a promise from corporate that they were finalizing a contract with Lego to acquire all new in-box inventory.
Okay. This is huge. Majority of the store owners have other jobs. This is their little hobby. Maybe they're rich, their spouses work. But me, I put everything I had, every cent I was worth into this store, and I did so in reliance, largely on a promise from corporate that they were finalizing a contract with Lego to acquire new in-box inventory. We're going to have a deal with Lego. We're going to be able to get it directly from Lego. So this person is like, the reason I signed up with them to put my heart and soul, all my whole life savings, every cent I'm worth, is because they told me we were going to be able to get direct new in-box Lego inventory. Quote, the margins will be significantly higher than they are,
Quote,
with the current third-party vendor, that's Toy House.
will be significantly higher than they are with the current third-party vendor, end quote, they said. They did finalize the contract, but all it did was turn corporate into the third-party vendor. Now, they purchase from Lego at whatever margins they agreed on and sell to the stores. The margins increased approximately 5 to 8%. I've been treading water for a year, and this scandal is making everything worse.
So basically, from what this store owner is saying, Bricks and Minifigs promised him that there were going to be all these great margins on this new inbox Lego stuff. They're going to help to get people into the store and all that. He said they were acting like Toy House was taking all these substantial margins and they were going to do so much better, but really they haven't done that much better. Basically, instead of forcing us to get the toys, the new inbox Lego from Toy House, now we're forced to get the new inbox Legos from Bricks and Minifigs. They're now making money off of this. We don't even know what they agreed with Lego on the actual margins, what percentages, like what their deal is. And then they sell the Legos back to us. Sure, the margins have increased. Maybe we make a 5 to 8%, more than before. But he said, or she, I've been treading water for a year. And now with this new scandal, everything's making everything worse. They are amazing salesmen. I'll give them credit for that. But they are about as slimy as they come. The corporate office is filled with direct and indirect McNeff family members, siblings, spouses, cousins, in-laws.
They are amazing salesmen. I will give them credit for that, but they are about as slimy as they come. The corporate office is filled with direct and indirect McNeff family members, siblings, spouses, cousins, in-laws, etc. Before this change, where did franchisees purchase new in-box inventory from? And after the change, what's the purchasing process now?
So the question, before this change where Bricks and Minifigs had the deal with Lego, where did the franchisees purchase the new Lego inventory from, the new in-box Lego inventory? And after the change, after the contract or the agreement between Bricks and Minifigs and Lego, what is the process for purchasing Legos now from the new collections?
It was Toy House before. I believe they are the supplier for some franchises like Ace Hardware. We now order directly from a BAM corporate Shopify store. Then they order what we request. It is shipped to them, and then they ship to the stores.
Interesting, considering the recent snafu at the beginning of this month, which is like the biggest Lego drop of the year, August 1st. They were supposed to have those Legos to their stores by July something so that they could have it all ready to go on August 1st. Well, some of them didn't get it till August 8th. Now we're finding out the process from a store owner who spoke with Collecting Weekly. He said, we order it from BAM. We order from BAM. They have a corporate Shopify store, and then they order it from Lego. Then it's shipped to them. It doesn't ship directly to the stores. It ships to Bricks and Minifigs. This is huge. This would have been good to know for sure, like in this way, earlier this month when we were investigating, the missing Legos that didn't show up on time. Here's a perfect example. Most Star Wars from Toy House had between 11 and 19% margins. Now they're 18 to 24%. So really didn't go up much.
Here's a perfect
go up.
example. Most Star Wars Toy House had between 11 and 19% margins. Now they're between 18 and 24%. And they included a screenshot of what that looks like. Are some licenses more lucrative?
This is a great point. V Clash said BAM Corporate might be able to offer their franchisees better margins, but if they can't even ship reliably and they miss the hottest drop dates, then what's the point? Good question.
In terms of the margins, some are definitely higher. I believe the highest I've seen from corporate is 30%.
Are some licenses more lucrative than others in terms of the margins?
City, Friends, botanical sets, items Lego doesn't have to pay licensing fees on. It is totally understandable, but with Toy House, these items had higher margins as well. I won't say the margins didn't increase, just not in the way corporate portrayed that they would. Not enough to make much of a noticeable difference. And don't
Now remember, this ties back in with the RICO lawsuit that Chris Gorman filed against BAM. She said that she was falsely induced as well by Matt McNeff. Matt McNeff told her they this authorized Lego reseller, authorized Lego this, that, and the others. And at the time he wasn't, they were not. And she's claiming that lured her and her husband Benjamin into a false sense of possible gain or whatever, like a false sense of security. They were going to be able to have these, agreed upon relationships with the Lego or whatever, but really it was kind of like misleading.
that they are profiting from selling to us and then collecting more in royalties off of these same products. They just seem to do literally everything to benefit themselves and nothing to help stores succeed.
Latino Otaku said, I don't know, I'm split. Little DD can go a long way. I'm assuming you mean due diligence. Here's the thing about due diligence. Even the current store owners have never laid eyes on this contract with Lego. And Bricks and Minifigs has absolutely no duty or responsibility to let them see it. It's their contract. So you could say, hey, let me see the contract before you sign to be a franchisee, and then Bricks and Minifigs can say no. No one's ever seen that except the corporate, people who signed it or whatever. I think there's certain things that are reasonable to expect someone to do due diligence on, and then there's certain things that are not. Recall as well, one of the biggest ways to do diligence is to ask someone who has been in the situation before but didn't have a good experience, and that would be some of the terminated franchisees. But what do we know about those terminated franchisees? They're all forced into NDAs where they cannot disparage, non-disparagements and non-disclosures, where they cannot disparage or even talk about their history with the company. And so that's another way that the ability for prospective franchisees to do due diligence is thwarted, in my opinion. You can't do due diligence when they're lying in their FDD. Don't forget, they're profiting from selling to us, and then they're collecting more royalties off the same products. They just seem to do literally everything to benefit themselves and nothing to help stores succeed in the long run, which in turn would still benefit themselves.
Which in turn would benefit themselves.
So the next question: did your store participate in the royalty-free weekends? Now, this one was something that was really crazy, but at the time, it just kind of went over my head. It wasn't until I was watching this Collecting Weekly video the other day that I was like, oh my God, that's what was going on. It was royalty free weekend, royalty free weekend. And the way to get the royalty free weekend was like each store had to ask their employees to send an email to corporate basically begging to take away the royalty payments for the weekend. It was very crazy.
Now, this interview did take place some time ago, so some of these questions are a bit more relevant to several weeks back. So if you're reading this interview and thinking this is kind of old news, it is. This interview I've been working on this for quite some time. Did your store participate in the royalty-free weekends? Absolutely not. I would never beg my customers to send emails asking corporate to forgive my royalties on a purchase. That is wildly embarrassing to have the customer do all the work and get nothing out of it. When did you first become aware of the Brian Mansell situation? I saw a local Oregon news story online right after the other YouTuber who had his C3PO minifigure stolen by a store in North Carolina. That was probably
That was that, the young man with the golden little C3PO, and it was worth like $1,000. And the one guy went in to, he sent his friend in to get it appraised, and then like they kept it. So it said, I saw a local Oregon news story online right after that other YouTuber who had his minifigs stolen in a store. That was probably like 4 months before Ben's video came out, but corporate never mentioned anything to owners about it until after it blew up. So he's like, I incidentally found out about it because I was watching another video and it was like in my algorithm. But corporate, they didn't tell us about it at all until after it blew up online.
4 months before Ben's video came up, but corporate never mentioned anything to the owners about it until it blew up. How accessible are Matt and Ammon to franchise owners? Their answer was a laughing emoji.
How accessible are Matt and Ammon to franchise owners? Laugh emoji. Contact them?
Contact them, possibly Matt. He's either a halfway decent human or just better at portraying one. He is pretty likable in person. Many owners get bitched at for expressing themselves on Slack. Owners who have sent formal letters requesting Ammon to step down get responses from attorneys and aren't allowed to communicate with them directly. There's a handful of owners who will defend those brothers at all costs. Not sure why, but that list gets shorter every week.
Many owners get bitched at for expressing themselves on Slack. Owners who have sent formal letters requesting Ammon to step down get responses from attorneys, and they aren't allowed to communicate with the CEO anymore. Oh my God, this is crazy culty.
And again, this question and answer may be a bit dated. I believe the Slack channel, from what I've heard from multiple owners, where relating to this situation is either inactive or people are no longer able to post in there. But again, this question may be.
And I think it was Echo Base Network, if I'm not mistaken, who's recently reported that a lot of these, a lot of the owners in the Slack right now have recently been removed from the Slack. They can't talk in the Slack anymore. And they got like notice letters.
What were you told during the franchise recruitment process, and what ultimately convinced you to open a Bricks and Minifigs store?
Latino Otaku said, if I can't see it, I'm not signing. Simple. Simple to you. That's why people like you aren't the victims here. That's literally like the funnel process. Like they put these gatekeeping mechanisms in the way so that the only people who end up as their victims are the people who have gotten past these gatekeeping mechanisms. A lot of people are like you. They wouldn't sign something if they can't see it. Austin, who was offered to buy the Salem location, but then ended up not doing so. That's what happened with him. He looked at all the paperwork. He said, nah, I'm not going to be doing this. No, thanks. A lot of people would never sign it unless they saw it, but clearly hundreds, if not thousands, would. Thanks so much to Savvy Turtle for the $2. Barbecue Counselor put original current BAM PR switched. I don't know what that means. Thank you for the $2.
Josh used to be basically a recruiter.
Okay,
Super
so
nice
this question is, what were you told during the franchise recruitment process, and what ultimately convinced you to open a Bricks and Minifigs store? Josh used to basically be a recruiter, which we did know. Franchise sales, franchise seller, that he was listed as that. Super nice guy at the time, told me I would have no problem making over $100,000 a year in profit, bragged about how him and Ammon had been best friends since childhood.
Told me I would have no problem making over $100,000 a year in profit, bragged about him and Ammon had been best friends since childhood. What do you think the public misunderstands most about what's happening between corporate and franchisees? Answer, I hope this never ends, to be honest. If the end result is their money drying up from legal/PR fees or Lego getting tired of all of it and cutting ties with them, if I have to go to the food bank in the meantime, I will. I
Wow.
want this company gone. There's no benefit to being affiliated with them anymore.
Right.
People buy franchises for brand
Right.
recognition. Some want new leadership. I just want to remove their name from my door and change the name.
Okay. So the little union, the union wants to just change the leadership and keep Bricks and Minifigs going. This person does not think that's going to help him at all whatsoever, or her. This person is saying, I want to take Bricks and Minifigs off the name, off the wall of my building. I want it off my sign. I don't want to deal with this company. I want out of this.
Generally speaking, how have recent events affected your store, your employees, and your day-to-day business? The public doesn't want to support them, and I can't disagree with that whatsoever. But boycotting stores, review bombing stores hurts the franchisees more than corporate. I paid my rent with a credit card last month. I honestly don't think that regular customers who come in weekly or bi-weekly really care. They like the owners and employees and are very loyal. The damage they have done is with potential customers or future customers, and a lot of stores won't survive without new customers. People who have never heard of BAM have now,
Right.
and when they drive past the store and see that name, they won't relate it to anything other
Right.
than theft,
That sucks.
shadiness, false police statements.
I'm one of those people, like, I never heard of Bricks and Minifigs before. That was new to me. I never heard of that before, but when I heard about it, I heard about it in this context, and it is going to be difficult to not think about that. Every time I see a sign for a Bricks and a Minifigs, I'm going to just think about these lunatics, the McNeffs, and Josh and
Corporations
Brandon.
destroying regular people with lawsuits. No average American roots for CEOs. What decisions or changes from corporate have had the biggest positive or negative impact on your store? They haven't done anything in light of the situation that has affected anything in either direction. Their public statement seems like BS PR jargon. These field coaches they announced started long before this scandal. They just made it sound like a new program. I had a field coach 8 to 9 months ago. All of these statements about inventory tracking regulations are just reactive. I guess it may help prevent a similar situation in the future, but it won't really have much impact. I'm not sure what they could do to help really. After their internal financial assessment, they just did to determine if the situation has affected sales. Their answer to quote help the stores was to offer each store a $400 credit on the corporate Shopify store. They are trying to save their own asses. I've made plenty of mistakes. My current situation can't be blamed solely on corporate, but their handling of this just sets everyone back more than they were. It's clearly not a misunderstanding or, quote, all Crystal's fault. That shady shit going on in that office, the U-Hauls, Josh and Brandon, their financials, all the legal fees they paid last year, the shit with their father, these other prior owners coming out.
Wah,
Too
wah.
many coincidences.
So this is a big one for me because even yesterday we got another PR statement from BAM, and they're all of those Instagram comments. We are now doing things. We have put into place new processes, blah, 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 blah. Well, what decisions or changes has actually helped, negative or positive? This owner said they haven't done a single thing in light of this situation that has affected anything at all whatsoever. Hasn't helped, hasn't really hurt either. Their public statements seem like BS, PR jargon. These supposed field coaches that they've been announced and acting like, oh, now we have field coaches. That program has been going on. They didn't put that into place because of this. They're actually just being misleading to the public by pretending like this is a new program. He said, I had a field coach 8 to 9 months ago. All of these statements about inventory tracking are just reactive. Maybe, possibly it'll help prevent a similar situation in the future, but it really is not going to have much of an impact. I'm really not sure what they could do to help. After their internal financial assessment they just did to determine if this situation has affected sales, their answer to help us, the stores, was to offer each store a $400 credit on their stupid corporate Spotify. So maybe you could go order $400 worth of Legos or something. They're trying to save their own asses. He said, I made plenty of mistakes, or she, whoever this is. My current situation cannot be blamed only on corporate. But their handling of it just sets everyone back even more than we already were. This is not a misunderstanding or all Crystal's fault. There is shady shit going on in that office. The U-Hauls, Josh and Brandon, the financials, all the legal fees they paid last year, with their dad, these other prior owners now coming out. It's just too many coincidences. The
What
next question is, what kind of support or changes from corporate would make the biggest difference for franchise owners right now? The store owner says, well, for one, there's just too many stores. There's too many stores. They're competing with each other. It seems very counterintuitive. They just want those franchise fees and the royalties rolling in. And if a store fails, so what? Just more money for them in transfer fees or coming in and scooping up the inventory. They have no experience in running a large company, and it shows.
support or change in consignment? Has your store ever accepted items?
What, next question, is your understanding of Bricks and Minifigs policy on consignment? Has your store ever accepted items on consignment? He said, honestly, I've never even considered consignment. They say it's not allowed by contract, but I never actually looked. Next question is there anything you've seen reported publicly that you think is inaccurate or missing important context? Is there anything you've seen reported publicly you think is inaccurate? And he says, yeah, that Matt and Ammon only own 49% of Bricks and Minifigs. He said, Reed Brimhall, yeah, I've seen it reported that Reed Brimhall is the majority shareholder, and I think that's inaccurate. He is the corporate CFO. I have no doubt that things in Ben's video were exaggerated, but I'm not placing any blame on him. He's a content creator, and I think it's very entertaining. I personally believe he enjoys helping people. If he can capitalize off that, why not? The value of the Lego collection was exaggerated. The whole part about winning in small claims case wasn't super accurate, but honestly, I really don't think anybody even cares about any of that anymore. The story has evolved and uncovered so many other things, and that's really what's keeping people's attention. So the things that were reported inaccurately or missing context, he's like, yeah, well, some of the stuff that Ben said, but at this point, who cares? You know, like, it wasn't worth $200,000 probably. It was probably worth a little less than that, the Mansell Lego collection. I don't think it's accurate that Matt and Ammon only own 49% and Reed is the majority shareholder.
Simon.
So then it says, any closing thoughts or comments? He said, I'm not sure all the facts are ever going to be known. Odds are Crystal probably did something at some point that was a mistake. She's human. There probably is some truth in what corporate is saying. Ammon probably does take some pride in the company, and he may even have DNA that is similar to a human. Ammon may have DNA that's similar to a human. It has just been their lack of accountability in regards to Brian's story and the way they let it simmer for over a year. It's a lesson that was learned too late, and I just don't see a way for them to remove the tarnish from the brand.
And is there anything you've seen reported publicly that you think is capitalize off it, then why not? It has been their lack of accountability in regards to Brian's story and that they let it simmer for over a year. It's a lesson that was learned too late, and I just don't see a way for them to remove the tarnish from the brand. So this was a pretty direct interview. I think in other interviews that we've done, the groups of franchisees.
Oh my God, IT Guru, stop. IT Guru said, there were 5 franchises in my metro area the past 3 years. Owners almost got into fist fights at the local Comic-Con with competing booths. Stop. Stop. Ammon, broken human output machine. Thanks so much to Arnil So for the 50. I think Brian also said yes to the settlement to keep the GoFundMe money instead of wasting it on lawyer fees and getting settlement money from BAM. I don't know, maybe. Thanks so much to I Eat Pomegranate for the $5 super chat. Josh Johnson wanted 25 to 50 stores taken by hostile takeover. Franchise turning anyone? That's kind of what it begs the question. You know, I'm wondering. Thank you, Savvy Turtle, for the $5 super chat. Tap the shell. Thank you for the $5 super chat again. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Gave Coach Ewok Lego for you. Tap the shell. Yeah, one of these days I'm going to have an Ewok village. Thanks so much, Justice Gypsy, for the 6 jewels. This was a great interview. OMG. That's so sad. They took so much advantage of people. Little turtles here. So not only did they have that interview with that store owner, but I also saw this morning. They posted a post. Let me give it a like. They posted a post on their YouTube channel. They said, we have a huge interview releasing tomorrow. So this was 12 hours ago, like 1:30 in the morning, my time. We have a huge interview releasing tomorrow with the one and only Brian Mansell. We ask him about his thoughts on the settlement with Bricks and Minifigs and how his family is taking the good news. You won't want to miss his first interview since the settlement. So this is going to be on Collecting Weekly. Let's see if it came out yet. 3 waiting. It comes out in 30 minutes. Okay, it says Brian Mansell's first interview after the settlement. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to watch that when it comes out. Okay, so in the meantime, I have some other stuff to show y'all. Oh, I thought this was so cute and funny. This is
today
I call him Little Ben, and that is not diminutive or anything like that. I guess grammatically it is because it's little, but you know, I'll be 36 years old in not even a month. Okay, so I'm old. All right, I'm auntie. I'm big sis compared to these people. Okay, so when I say Little Ben, it's a term of endearment. We have so many Bens. We have Spiky Ben. We have Reckless Ben. This is the one that Sheldon calls Jammin' Ben. Better than Uncle Ben. Hold on. We got an update on the fist fights between the Bricks and Minifigs owners. Another one in a further out suburb. Another on the east side of town. Is this Tucson? I know there's a bunch of them around Tucson. Southeast, northwest, mid, center, central. Oh, spineless. Snitching Ben. Giggle Ben, Switcheroo Ben. This is Switcheroo Ben. Yeah. I call him Lil Ben. But that's because he's like, you know, the little bro or whatever. I don't know why, like, some of these people I see and I'm like, oh yeah, that's the little bro. Or like Coach and Nick. I'm like, yeah, that's like my big brother and my uncle or whatever. You know what I mean? Anyway, this is like the cutest little interview. Shout out to and congratulations to Ben for making it to 1,000 subscribers. I think that was recent. And he interviewed Sheldon recently. And it's kind of a joke. It's kind of cute. So I just wanted to kind of like watch this with y'all. It's only like 7 minutes long. And then I have another thing. And then we'll go and watch the Brian Mansell interview.
So today we got Sheldon Norcross. He infiltrated.
So it said I interviewed the most unqualified mental health technician.
Provo Canyon School, and we went into depth with this interview, and I think you guys are going to enjoy, so stay tuned.
Oh yeah, what up everyone, it's your boy, Sheldon Norcross. We're here for interview number 2 about how I became a mental health technician in Utah.
So our first question.
I hope this isn't copyrighted music. I don't want to get struck. Okay, first question.
Mental illnesses were required to be a part of this role. Like, what did you have to put on your resume that you have?
I just put that I drove forklifts on my resume and then I got the job.
When you were driving forklifts, did you have like some mental illnesses that helped you with this role?
No.
How many mental health
did you have any mental health illness? This is about the infiltration of the Provo Canyon School. Now, you know Paris Hilton has come out and made commentary about this Provo Canyon video and said, like, hearing how the people were talking so much crap about her in that video has really, like, even more so ignited her passion for being opposed to Provo Canyon School.
How many mental healths did I do per shift? All of them.
Ballpark number?
Yeah, I don't know, like 10, maybe 20.
It's interesting. Here's a good one. What's your credit score?
Yeah, I don't know what that has to do. What does that have to do with Provo Canyon School?
He's like, why are you asking me this?
Yeah. How many push-ups can you do in 30 seconds?
How many push-ups
I don't know why I think
Can
this
I
is
do?
so funny.
in 30 seconds? Is this an interview about the school I
To
worked
me, it's
at?
just like such a good comic relief because this was such a serious video.
Because, like, our sources say that you had to do push-ups on a daily basis.
No,
Did you ever get written up?
I plead the fifth.
Spell psychiatrist.
But what?
Psychiatrist. Psychiatrist. Psychiatrist.
Hell, psych. Fucking. All right, FUCKYOW. Psychiatrist.
W?
Yow.
Y-O-W.
Yeah.
Fuck yow. Fuck yow. Why are you getting defensive?
Defensive.
Do you need me to bring you a mental health specialist?
Yeah. Let's call him in. Let's hit him up. Got his number.
I was gonna
Give him a
ask, do you
call.
know any?
Yeah, me.
I think now is a good time for you to call a mental health specialist because you seem like you're getting pretty upset.
Give him a call.
Did they call it Provo Canyon because somebody from one of the mental health specialists was thrown into a canyon?
No, I think it's because I don't think anyone was ever thrown into the canyon of Provo. I think it's called Provo Canyon School because it's in Provo Canyon.
Are you sure?
I mean, if I had to guess.
I want to see Jammin' Ben, Lil Ben, Switcheroo Ben, Interview Ben, Gorman in this style. I want him to interview. I want a whole series of him interviewing people with this type of questions.
Interesting. Also, it just kind of strikes me like I feel like you're still getting a little defensive. So.
Right.
Were you forced to bring your own mental health, or did they provide that for you?
Yeah, it was in the welcome packet. They uploaded it to my Neuralink chip.
Did you ever meet Mr. Provo?
No,
How deep was the Provo?
I don't know.
So stupid.
I should ask him. So, I have a question for you. Are you completely secure in your looks?
This is a callback to the Andrew Callahan interview with Clavicular, where Andrew Callahan asked Clavicular like all these questions, but he didn't ask him any specifics about like how to looks max. And then Clavicular was like, "So you're completely comfortable with your looks?" And Andrew Callahan is like, "Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I know there's always something I could do different, but yeah, no, I mean, it's not worth the inconvenience to my life. Like, no, I'm fine with my looks." But it was after Andrew Callahan had like interviewed Clavicular, and Clavicular like wanted to turn it back on him. So now it's like Sheldon's doing that.
I would say so. I wouldn't say I really.
Well, I think we're done here. Because if you're going to be disingenuous with me, we're done.
So,
So I don't know if y'all know this or not, but this person is the one who made up brick by brick. Brick by brick.
good one. Would you say looks maxing is technically a form of mental health treatment?
Oh no. I feel bad for whoever's Airbnb this is.
You suck.
We need the mic back.
So, seems like we
Oh
got a
my
pretty
God.
good interview today. We talked to Sheldon Norcross about the Provo Canyon. I think we asked some pretty good questions.
Like 3 minutes
I think,
long.
He enjoyed our interview, and we should just cut it.
The bloopers are cute.
I'm sorry. I did. We told Sheldon to put on a shirt and come out here just.
Shit. He's walking off again.
What mental illnesses were required for you to have that role?
What mental health? I guess a little bit of the tism.
Help you with this role?
No.
All right, let me find another question.
Listen, are you gonna ask me about looks maxing or what? No, I think too early. I'll put that in here. I don't want to end up like Josh Johnson.
What?
My feet.
You can't put your feet on camera. Everybody gonna see them and sell them on feetpics.com.
Spell psychiatrist.
But what? This is a
Wait,
spell.
did I spell it right? Psychiatry. Fuckyow, he said.
Y-O-W. Psychiatrist.
That's funny to me.
Y-O-W.
Yeah.
Fuck yow.
Yow.
Fuck yeah.
Retarded. I just woke up, bro. You got me smelling psychiatrist. Oh, see your phone. Let me see it. I'll give him a call.
I don't think. Okay. What, do you have any dumb questions we should ask?
Anyway, I thought that was so cute. They're so cute. Anyway, okay, so shout out to the little bros, the little cousins and all that. Okay, let me see. Watch them be like, I'm 37. Whoops. The band map said they had an update. What is it? Ooh, this is interesting. So the band map said the independent stores. Oh, I can't read this. It has no translation. Anyway, back to what I was doing. No, I'm just kidding. The independent stores, this was updated today. The so-called supposedly, quote, independent stores were handed a script about this settlement. A talking points document was circulated to Bricks and Minifigs franchise owners, and it gives them a word-for-word reply about the settlement, the chief executive, the police, and the accusations of theft, and tells the nominally independent stores to sassy, nominally independent. That means, yeah, they're independent in name only. They're not actually independent. They're just calling them that. The nominally independent stores to post them once and don't answer anymore. So what's the primary source? The script itself. During the settlement backlash, replies in the script's repeating language appeared from company accounts in public view. Several supplied lines contradict the company's own published documents. This is not a press release. It was never meant to be seen by us or any customers. It is a script. The header reads, franchisee field guide and talking points. Everything under it is written to one audience, local owners who are supposed to be independent. It even dates itself, linking the August 19th settlement statement it exists to defend with the link. Placeholders are still unfilled in a working template lines first, links later. Okay, reply once. Well, they're breaking their own rules. They're telling their franchisees to reply once and then use by using the standard responses below and then stop replying. But they're out here replying to every damn comment. There's a core principles in this supposed script that was given to the franchisees, and there's the sixth one that was given to them was reply once. It says use standard responses below. No need to re-engage with replies to your reply, and additional replies from the public may need to be deleted or hidden. That's not transparency. That single instruction explains a pattern. Anyone watching the company's accounts this week could see for ourselves. As the settlement backlash spread, replies posted from Bricks and Minifigs accounts arrived in identical repeating language. It was like copy pasted. The same few paragraphs pasted under comment after comment. When the commenters raised the police, the accounts answered again and again that people should look at the official statement instead of internet speculation. The script that Bricks and Minifigs sent out to the owners tells them to do that too. In its section on law enforcement, the first supplied reply steers the reader to the joint public statement rather than social media rumors. But the replies were not a small team improvising under pressure. They were a script. And the same document that supplies the sentence, "We value transparency above all else," also instructs people that the questions that follow may need to be deleted or hidden. So where's the transparency above all else in that? The script also tells the supposedly independent store owners to say they're independent. Oh, man. The word the document reaches for the most is local. It coaches its owners to open with, as local owners who love Lego, and to keep saying it. Quote, as independent franchise owners, as local business, our local store exists because of neighborhood builders like you. The entire purpose, though, is to draw a line between the corner store and the company above it. But in the document itself, in this script that Bricks and Minifigs Corporate gave down to the franchisees, they cross that line of independent store owners by telling these supposedly independent store owners what to do. It says it is one script handed down for every owner to post at the same moment. Stores instructed to prove their independence by pasting the same supplied paragraphs that is not showing they are independent. The actions don't match the words. They're actually showing the opposite of what their words are saying. And this BAM map has already documented that every so-called supposedly independently owned store website is run from a single corporate store login, and owners are required to buy their inventory from corporate. The talking points document is the same structure. The script is built around 4 different scenarios that are expected. So they're giving these store owners kind of pre-canned responses to copy paste to certain specific types of questions, and it's like 4 types of questions. So each question is one they know is going to be coming and they knew was coming. And each one of these pre-canned responses is ready to go. Owners are given language for, what about Ben? You guys are still suing him. Ooh. Responses for, Ammon sucks. And responses for, how can you support corporate leadership after this? The responses were supplied for, the police covered this up. Thieves, scammers, criminals. The document is a map of the accusations its own authors find most dangerous. Oh, shit. Notice what the first answer does. When asked, quote, but you guys are still suing Ben, the owners get to choose from 3 replies about Brian's collection, but none of them mentions the lawsuit the question is actually about, which is the case against Ben Schneider. That one's still going on. The supplied reply, the one that the pre-canned response, instead declares, quote, the Mansells have been made whole. The settlement phrase that BAM map has already traced through the record, the question names the suit. Okay. One line, the owners, the last supplied reply instructs owners to tell customers, quote, we do not do consignment on products ever. The Bricks and Minifigs franchise disclosure document lists consignment services in its description of the business and the franchise agreement. The owners themselves sign says a franchisee may also offer consignment services. This has been published. Those pages have been published. They have also been fact-checked when the settlement. The script asks owners to post in their own names a sentence their own signed contracts contradict. Now, there's this store seizure, the hostile takeover, but they're renaming it. They call anything these days. So now they're calling it a rescue. You're rescuing the store. They didn't steal it. They rescued it. They love wordplay. They call it wordsmithing. Owners facing the word thieves are told to reply that this stemmed from an unauthorized local consignment issue with which corporate intervened to fix. What corporate calls intervening is the November 2024 hostile takeover seizure of Crystal's store. The event, the published police file documents, and the franchisee's amended complaint places at the center of what it calls the fraud scheme. Even the company's own settlement statement kept a hedge, saying Brian Mansell's loss arose in part from the former operator's handling. The script, when they... Oh, shit. Okay, so in the actual joint statement that Brian Mansell and BAM put out together, supposedly, in that joint statement, it said the Mansell's losses were incurred in part by blah, 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 Crystal Law did it. In part. Now, when Briggs and Minifigs went to put out the statement, the PR statement to like Business Wire, they strategically removed and backspaced that in part to make it look like everything was all Crystal's fault, which is exactly what BAM's been trying to do from the very first second that this was a problem. But not only did they do that, apparently, when they sent out a script to all the store owners of how to respond to certain questions about this situation, when they sent the script out to these store owners, they also removed the in part. So they really want to perpetuate that they had nothing to do with this. They weren't responsible in any way. They took zero, but like not even 0.0000001% responsible. 100% Crystal's fault. That's how they're trying to push it out to the public. And that's how they're instructing. That's how they're instructing their franchisees to reply. Robert said, yeah, they liberated Chris from her shop. Yeah, they liberated her. The script deletes in part. In the supplied replies, the fault is entirely local, entirely the prior operators, and corporate appears only as the fixer and the rescuer. On the law enforcement questions, if any of the customers ask you online about law enforcement or cops or police, this is what the script says to do. Quote, rumors about law enforcement collusion don't match reality. Well, do they match the body camera footage? Because I seem to remember watching body camera footage where y'all were colluding with authorities and lying to them and trying to get them to lock Ben up for a month. Y'all were trying to get them to arrest him for fraud and extortion. Y'all were lying to the cops, saying Ben directly threatened to kill you. So I mean, the reality is y'all fucking lied to the cops. That's the reality I saw. They also say quote, police responses were strictly for local property and safety calls. That's not true. They were to get Ben locked up. They were to ask the cops if you should buy a gun. Josh Johnson called the cops to say he was going to shoot somebody. We're going to forget about that. We're just not putting that in the script. Got it. Good thing we all already know that. Good thing we weren't waiting for Bricks and Minifigs to tell us the full truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help him God, because we would have never got answers. We would have never found out. Thank God for a FOIA request, huh? Thank God for a grandma request. The police file over the seizure is published on BAM Maps. A detective concluded the company knew whose collection it held. 2 of its own store employees told police that there were those yellow stickers identifying the stolen Legos, and those were removed on an order after the takeover. So like the store owners, like Josh and Brandon, were like, yeah, take those yellow stickers off. And that's what the report, indicates. I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what the report said. The reply the script supplies doesn't rebut that file. It instructs owners to call it speculation. Okay, so yeah, that's a police report is online speculation. These McNeffs are sinister. They will call anything to the extent where it like actually is a lie. Like it's not true. A police report is not online speculation, you dumb fuck. It's not online speculation. A police report is not online speculation. And if I were these owners, I would feel insulted that I was being asked to mislead my customers in this way. Demanded to mislead my customers in this way. Police reports are not online speculation. Body camera footage is not online speculation. That's not online speculation. That's not a conspiracy theory. We can all see it. The shotguns were de-escalation tactics. Yeah, right. 2 of the supplied replies commit corporate to words it has never published. Owners are told to write that the leadership has taken full accountability, directly apologize to Brian and his family. But the company's own statement and frequently asked questions contain no failings. They don't actually admit to any failings. They don't admit to failings. They don't take full accountability. They blame everything on Crystal. The statement apologizes for the losses and the pain suffered, by the Mancells from the events surrounding this dispute. But there's no actor in this sentence, right? Like, we apologize for their pain and their, like, that's like, oh, sorry your feelings were hurt, instead of like, sorry, I said something that I knew was going to hurt your feelings, or, sorry you lost your Lego collection instead of sorry I stole it. It's like kind of very, very, passive. Apologizes for the losses and pain suffered from the events surrounding the dispute. The admission the lawyered documents withheld is handed to the store owners to make instead, right? So they're basically credibility laundering. They're having their store owners say, oh, corporate took accountability for their failings. Meanwhile, corporate never admitted to failing anything. All they said was Chris did everything, and we fixed it. The remedies grow the same way. The script announces mandatory inventory audits, improved corporate governance, nationwide updates to store oversight, and safeguards now active network-wide. The only remedial list the company has published is shorter and still progresses: inventory tracking, disclosure forms, de-escalation training. Yeah, by getting guns to put in your store, or what? Now, the script also tells the store owners how to behave. The rest of the document is instruction on how to sound. Deflect and pivot reads the second principle. Does it really say deflect and pivot? Here's the reconstructed. This is the actual. Oh man, one of the owners done sent the talking points to the band map. Okay, so let's take a look at this. This is the document reconstructed, reproduced in full below verbatim. The bracketed website link is mislabeled. The bracketed website link, placeholders, and the option mislabeled option 3 among option A and B are the document's own. So this is like sick. Okay, here it is. Franchisee field guide and talking point. What is this, the freaking Girl Scouts? We go and sell some cookies? We go and build a tent, or what? We pitching tents in the woods? Field guide? We're going to identify bird species? Okay, field guide and talking points. Core messaging principles for local owners. Number 1, empathize and localize. Oh my God, these manipulative freaks. Empathize and localize first. Why? Because you don't want people thinking we're a big, mean corporation. We want them thinking that all of y'all are just your own little pitiful little on your owns. But we still got to have you saying our talking points. Thanks. This is sinister. Always start by validating the customer's feelings and reaffirming your passion for your local store and community. As local owners who love Lego, this is embarrassing. Now I want to go look at all their different Instagrams and see if they're doing this. I would be so embarrassed and insulted if I was a local store owner. I would not be following these instructions if I could help it. Oh my God, y'all, it freaking says deflect. Oh, God. Deflect and pivot. Oh, no. These people are psychopaths. Deflect and pivot. Do y'all see this? Misdirect, redirect, be direct. Swiftly pivot to the joint resolution, pointing directly to BAM Corporate's official releases for policy leadership or legal questions. A link to Corporate's blog post is here. Reaffirm value. Remind the community that your store is locally owned, even though you are acting as our puppets. Even though you're not allowed to even so much as take a shit in the woods without our permission, you're locally owned and operated, remember? Dedicated to fair trade, focused on creating a safe, fun space for local builders and creating a triangle of trust to isolate those children from their parents. Make sure you remind them of that too. Focus on the lurker. Number 1, empathize and localize first. Number 2, deflect and pivot. Number 3, reaffirm value. And number 4, focus on the lurker. In person or online, your response demonstrates professionalism to everyone listening or reading. Keep your tone calm, empathetic, and composed. I haven't seen them follow their own advice not once in this whole thing. Avoid defensive words. Never argue or call someone a liar. Never happened. Frame corrections factually. That characterization isn't accurate. A formal joint agreement was finalized. Oh my God. Social moderation guidelines. Okay, so here's your field guide. Owners, even though you're independently owned and operated, and even though we are the lurker. BAM is the lurker. BAM is the lurker. Okay, they're the freaking lurker. They're the one that can log in and delete your shit. Okay, they're the one that can snatch your franchise out from under you today and ask questions later. All right. This is what these poor store owners, as if they haven't been jerked around enough by these idiots, have to do now. Hide repetitive spam, profanity, or staff attacks. Block and delete threats, harassment, or doxing. That makes sense. Reply once. Use standard responses copied and pasted from below. No need to re-engage with replies to your reply, and additional replies from the public may need to be deleted or hidden. So they're wanting these store owners to censor the public, even though number one on the list is empathize. So we're censoring the public. Okay, got it. Questions regarding Ben or Brian in litigation. Scenario. Commenters asking, what about Ben? You guys are still suing him. Ben is the only reason Brian got his collection back, or Brian was wronged. Option A. Empathetic and deflective. This is embarrassing. This is so freaking embarrassing. Option A. Deflect. Quote, as local store owners who love this community, we were so relieved to hear the Mansells have been made whole. While we know the path to get here was frustrating, the primary goal of restoring Brian's Lego collection has been achieved. For more details, deflect, don't answer the question. What if people ask, what about Ben? You're still suing him. In response, just say, basically, so fucking what? Brian was made whole. Right, but they're not asking about Brian being made whole. We're asking about you suing Ben for no reason. Option B, focus on community and resolution. Quote, we completely understand why everyone rallied behind Brian and his missing Lego collection. We felt that same concern. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You said you stole the Legos, bitch, if I recall. We're grateful a mutual, amicable agreement has been reached. Between the family and corporate, yeah, still deflective though. You're not answering about Ben. Longer and apologetic option, number 3. Option A, option B, and option 3. Quote, as local store owners who love this community, we were so relieved when corporate reached a complete joint resolution with only the Mansell family and not Ben at all. Corporate has issued a direct apology to Brian and his family for how long it took to reach this point and for the immense distress and pain it caused them over the past several months. For full details, visit their statement. Oh my God, they have Ammon. They want these poor store owners to run PR interference for Ammon himself by name. Scenario, commenters posting Ammon sucks. How can you support corporate leadership? If Ammon is still CEO, then we're not going to support BAM stores, y'all. The Mad King. The Mad King. The king has no clothes and nobody can't tell him. If somebody attacks Ammon, you have to defend him. These are rules being given out, field guide being given out by corporate. If somebody attacks Ammon, you must defend him. Quote, we hear you. We know this was a painful situation. As independent franchise owners, we hold our brand to high standards. Corporate leadership work directly. So why can't a franchise owner just say, fuck a Ammon McNabb? Ugly ass bitch. He's fucked up my livelihood. I agree with you. Can't say that. You're going to lose your livelihood even though you're an independent store. Do you think that these store owners knew really fully, truly how much their rights and their freedom of speech was going to be implicated and infringed upon by becoming independent store owners? Did y'all think? I mean, like, this is really crazy. This is like North Korea. Like, dear leader, nobody better not talk about dear leader because they all got a copy paste defending. Now, it doesn't say, what if people talk about Reed Brimhall? Here's a copy paste. What if people talk about poorly about, Brandon Best's wife? No, just Ammon. Just only Ammon. Just only Ammon. I think it's preposterous. This is preposterous. This is a whole grounds for a whole freaking lawsuit. Ammon McNeff is probably 60% of the reason for all this mess as it is. At least. And they have to copy paste defenses of him, even if they're mad at him, even if they can't stand him, even if he's the sole reason why their livelihood is at stake, even though they did nothing wrong, they're still having to defend him. This is like very cultish. This is so sick. This sucks. It's just like he's never going to be able to escape the narcissist allegations, in my opinion. So if people say Ammon sucks, I'm not going to support this company if he's the CEO. They're having their poor franchisees who have already been through quite enough. Like, here's the thing. A lot of these franchisees do not support corporate. And that's one of the reasons why people still are going to their stores. Because they're like, look, I mean, I like my local store. I don't think they have anything to do with the corporate other than, being forced to pay their franchise, royalties or whatever. So I don't know, whatever. Like, they haven't said anything in support. But now they're basically forcing these poor franchisees to defend Ammon, therefore publicly aligning themselves with Ammon, therefore possibly hurting their own business. Corporate has weaponized these people. This is a cult. Corporate has weaponized their lawyers too. There's an implicit threat. Your store can be seized, and you will be silenced on Slack, and you will be given warning notice if you don't say what they tell you to say. This is nuts. This is really freaking nuts. Wow. So if somebody says Ammon sucks, you have to say, we hear you and we know how painful this situation is. As independent franchise owners, even though we're being given this canned answer to defend this freak, we hold our brand to high standards. Corporate leadership, including Ammon, worked directly with the Mansell family to reach a resolution. They've apologized for how long it took. Plus, corporate has since rolled out network standardization improvements and is committed to additional corporate governance, feedback, and transparency. You can read the full statement here. Option B, quote, we acknowledge frustration surrounding leadership during this process. Not agree with, though. Just acknowledge. Like, we know y'all are pissed, but, like, also, like, we're trying to keep our store. So Ammon's the greatest. Yay. Rebuilding trust takes time. We're committed to holding corporate and ourselves accountable to ensure nothing like this ever happens again. Our local team remains 100% focused on serving our neighborhoods. Option C, corporate leadership has taken full accountability, directly apologizing to Brian and his family for their failings, the delays, and the pain. We completely understand your feelings and appreciate your support for our local team. As independent store owners who live in this community, the situation hit us close to home too. Corporate has apologized directly. This is also kind of reminding me of like the Perez Hilton thing. Like, just because someone apologizes doesn't mean all their victims have to forgive them all of a sudden. It doesn't mean that all of a sudden everyone's going to go back to how it was before. Ammon acted like a petulant child for months and still is. Matt doesn't have a special pre-cut out response. Only Ammon? This dude still has clearly not learned from his actions the consequences that need to follow. Now, here's the script, the pre-printed script for the police involvement. Law enforcement and conspiracies. You mean conspiracy theories, dumb fucks? Conspiracy is a criminal organization, like a group of people acting for a criminal purpose. So you mean conspiracy theory, dumb fuck? Won't you learn what stuff is before you start sending it out to 300 people and stuff? Should know by now, we're going to see it too. De-escalating speculation. We know there's been a lot of internet speculation, but rumors about law enforcement collusion don't match reality, even though they do. So just basically they're telling their store owners, just keep lying to your customers. That'll work. Keep lying to people, even though they have eyes and ears, even though they have their own opinions on this story. Just keep lying to them. That'll surely build trust. Let's keep lying. Police responses were strictly for local property and safety calls. False. They were calling to whine and lie and bitch as well, but y'all are going to leave that out. Corporate has apologized to the family for the length of this process and the strain it caused, and both parties reached a mutual agreement. We understand everyone, we encourage everyone to look at the statement. Option B, as a local business, we value transparency above all else. The dispute has been resolved. Corporate has apologized. Official joint statements can be found below. Accusations of thieves, scammers, and criminals. Hostile comments accusing your local store or the brand of stealing. No one's accusing them. Literally everyone is only really mad still at Am and Matt in the leadership. Like, truly, I don't think anyone's even that mad at any of these stores, not even a single one of these store owners. It's like they're the poor, like, collateral damage, poor things. Poor things, bless their hearts. Okay, so there's a premiere going on. Let's go to the Collecting Weekly premiere.
Hear your perspective on what's happened. Brian Mansell. Brian, how are we doing today?
We're doing good. How are you guys?
We're doing pretty good, man. You imagine the surprise on my face. I had to like do one of those. Am I reading this correctly? When I get a notification from Reddit, and it is a press release from Bricks and Minifigs. BAM franchising and the Mansell family reach resolution over Star Wars collection dispute. And if you're watching this interview, I pretty much guarantee you've read this statement. I won't bore you with rereading it, but we are here with Brian to talk about it. Now, Brian, you have found yourself in the center of all of this. Some might say the story of the decade, the story of the year at minimum. It's a situation involving obviously yourself and your father's lifetime. 2025 is when we first got in contact. And we covered the story for about 3 or 4 weeks. We reached out to corporate. We reached out to the, at that time, the owners of the store, the new owners.
Steph said, they're trying to get that thing forgotten fast. Black Friday and Christmas are soon. Must smooth by then. I believe that's why they were so fast with this agreement. It wasn't that fast. This has been going on 2 years.
We got statements from corporate. We interviewed Josh and Brandon. We eventually got to a point where there were things being told. Corporate was telling us that we were misrepresenting parts of the situation. We were being told some things that we hadn't yet heard, and it did take us some time to get clarification on those things. And I remember calling you and having to tell you, like, hey, I really wish we could continue with this, but like we just don't have all the facts.
Right.
And you know, and I regret that, and I wish we could have pushed it further, and I'd like to apologize that we weren't able to do that.
Okay.
But it did lead to an amazing,
because they got threatened. They got threatened with litigation, and I totally understand, like, not most, I was going to say not everybody, but like truly most people don't have the means, the resources, the ability at all to fight a huge corporation, especially at that time in a lawsuit. I mean, I personally have been in litigation for years, and it ain't for the weak. It ain't for the weak. It ain't for me. I don't ever want to do it again. I mean, I will. I'm not going to be silenced. So, I mean, I win. There's never been a lawsuit I've been in that I didn't win. But this shit is tough, especially when you have other, like, people depending on you, and it's tough. It's they don't call it lawfare for no reason.
And that was Reckless Ben getting involved. That was, I think, about eight months later. And obviously here we are with this resolution today. So our first question, Brian, you've remained relatively quiet throughout this situation while others have closely followed and reacted to every filing and minor update. What has it been like watching people respond so extensively to a situation that has largely unfolded on your behalf?
It's a good question. That's a great question. That's a good question. He's like, people have been following every single update, every single line by line, every single filing, everything. You've been pretty quiet. What's it been like for you to sit by and watch people cover this, even though really, like, it's your story?
And is there anything you'd like to say about that experience?
All right. Well, hi guys. Let me just first say hello to you
Cute.
and say
Yeah.
there's no need to apologize, by the
Aw,
way,
he's so
because
sweet.
honestly, man, that's why I'm here. You guys were the first ones to even try and do anything about
That's the truth.
our situation.
They tried.
And I'm sure I've told you before, without you guys putting this up and doing that original story or anything,
Yeah.
there was nothing for me to point to, even to like tell people, like, you know, I keep trying to tell the story. Here, go watch this. You know, so
Nice.
you guys kind of became
That's awesome. So he's saying, look, when people would ask me what's up with the situation, he'd say, I'm go watch their video. They already told the story. That's awesome.
the root.
This has to feel somewhat like a full circle moment. And I think it's great that they were the first interview after, because they were the first ones to try to break even before Ben even knew about it.
Of the tree, if you will. You know,
Yeah.
little did you know what you were going to grow into.
I know. I'm like
What
a
it was.
beautiful oak tree now, Badfish. We're beautiful now.
Always be.
Yeah. Yeah. So I thank you, man. There's no reason to apologize. I think you guys did what you could.
Yeah.
And
We all do what we can, brick
yeah,
by
the
brick.
situation, I mean, as we even found out, was much bigger and more complex than we could have thought at the beginning. So yeah. So to your question, yeah, sitting here and watching it, I mean, I imagine it's like everybody else who has gone into YouTube virality. It's the typical story, you know, like you wake up the next day, you know, there's something out there, maybe you do or don't, about you, but you're like, this is starting to go kind of crazy. And you're thinking like, okay, yeah, this is getting a few thousand. Oh my gosh, that 100,000 views. That's pretty crazy, you know. And then all of a sudden, the next day,
It's 1 million.
I mean, this was like within 3 days. I think it got posted. It went to 1 million,
Whew.
and
Yeah.
it just once it went there, boom, the phone starts blowing up. You see YouTube videos about it everywhere. You're suddenly seeing it on the news and the local news and the local papers. Then all of a sudden, you're getting phone calls from big networks and stuff, and it's surreal. But obviously, it was so quick and so fast and so surreal that it was also something I was like, take a breath. We need to probably just not rush to doing anything.
Yeah.
And let it play out. Let's see what happens. And it was hard. Don't get me wrong, watching all these videos, but at times I would also say it was. I've told some friends it was kind of like digital therapy, digital Xanax for the soul.
Oh, for the soul.
because
I need some soul Xanax.
You're talking almost 2 years of just anxiety, stress, like
Right.
yeah, man. And
Wow.
before that, you know, like when even you guys did the story, there was a lot of, when I would try to put it out there or try to tell somebody, there'd be a lot of negativity thrown back my way.
Oh.
People saying, you know, you failed your father, you failed the family, you made stupid decisions.
Whoa.
Why would you invest your entire life savings? By the way, it was not our entire life savings. All those people that are like, why would they invest their whole life savings? Ever hear of a 401k? It's like, no, this was a small amount. And I think we'll get to that later, why we ended up buying these and how it came to be. But
okay.
Yeah. So there were some times where it was tough to see that stuff, and other times, the majority of the time, I should start with that. I'd say 95% of the time, it honestly was digital therapy for us, like to be vindicated and validated by the general public and have people support us suddenly, and suddenly people coming out and just saying, you know, we're with you. I mean, I was getting support from crazy places all over the world that just, it blew my mind how much it went around there. There were some yeah, the first few nights are just absolutely crazy though when it really blows up and you're just seeing yourself everywhere, all the news, all the YouTube, and me and the wife are just sitting there on the couch like this is
what?
surreal. I can't believe
Yeah.
everything that's going on, but in general, I would say
It is surreal. Like I even was like a little bit like when Ben included like a little snippet from one of my videos in part 3, and I'm like a YouTuber. Like I have my own videos that have over 1 million. I think I have videos with over 2 million views. Like I'm used to it. Like I'm used to, I mean, I've even been from time to time recognized in public, stuff like that. And even for me, it's a little surreal to see, you know, my little clip of a video for a few seconds show up in Ben's video. So I can't imagine somebody that's not used to being on YouTube at all. And the video is basically all about them. And it's got like now like 7 million views or something. It is a little bit destabilizing, or it could be.
it was definitely crazy. I did work in the entertainment industry for like 20 years, so I came at it from kind of a little more realistic perspective with that stuff. It was like, hey, this is 15 minutes of fame. Ride the wave. And just try not to wipe out, you know, understand it will fade eventually, but it's an interesting story. I see why everyone got into it, but more than anything, I just grateful and overwhelmed for the support.
Aw.
But
yeah, it's funny because it kept getting to this point as an outside observer, like a partially outside observer, where I kept saying like, this can't get bigger. Like surely
It
this
got
is like
big.
as big as it gets. And then I think it was day 2 or day 3, Moist Critical covered it, and then it like got like another massive push, and then H3, which me and Badfish are like H3 buddies, covered it, and then
Right.
and then Asmongold, and it's just like, and then it just kept bigger and bigger and bigger. People kept covering it, and it just, I mean, I've told this story before, but I've been at restaurants and overheard people either watching the video, like the part 1 or part 2 or part 3, or people talking about it. I mean, it's the first time I've ever seen like
I don't really be going in public, but maybe if I went in public, I would have heard that too.
that happen with like an internet thing. I mean, it was everywhere. It's crazy. We've had people, Marco, some of his gym buddies. Marco was on our original recording for when we first had the written statement from you, the on your bumper.
Yeah.
And one of his gym buddy was like, "Tell me why I'm reading about this, watching this thing," and then my gym buddy is on the the screen talking about this, and so it's just so, which is obviously massive news. But how long have you and your family been in discussions about reaching the settlement, and what has that process been like for you?
Okay.
I mean, it's obviously been going on for quite a bit. I mean, at least, you know, a few weeks, several weeks maybe. Yeah, to be honest, I'm not sure of the time. I mean, obviously, me and my family, we've been looking for settlement from the very beginning. That was all I ever
just
wanted.
wanted his stuff back.
I told them from the very beginning, like, why do you want to go any legal route whatsoever? Can't you just give me the Lego back? You know, it's pretty simple.
Right. Just give it back.
And
just give me my stuff. Because like I keep remembering, like Brian Mansell lives nearby to the Bricks and Minifigs, where his collection was, and he could go there and look. He wasn't allowed in the store, but he could see his shit through the glass. Then they shut the store down, and his stuff was still in there. He's like, "Give me that stuff. Just give it back to me," and they wouldn't.
There were details that needed to be figured out and all sorts of stuff, and we went this route, and it's just been, a long road to get here. And I'm glad we're here. I'm very anxious to move on from it, you know, be able to focus back again on my family and just.
He deserves it. The family, did they deserve it?
It's been a crazy
peace.
situation though. Extraordinary event, something I couldn't even possibly fathom was going to happen, and here it is, you know.
Yeah, I said it before.
I'm gonna fast forward.
Reaction to hearing about it, I guess.
You ever carried a weight around for like months and,
Wow.
and finally been able to just put it down?
That's just
I can't wait for that feeling. When my appeal finally gets dismissed, it's going to feel like physical weight is off my body.
weight lifted. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's technically not, completely over. We have signed a settlement and stuff. And we still have a few more steps to go for it
That's interesting. We still have a few more steps to go.
to be finalized. So we'll see. But it was definitely like, hey, we have come to an agreement. Like that's pretty rare. Yeah, in the last 20 months or whatever. So it's the fact that we finally gotten to a point that we come to an agreement, and I'm hoping that is the first step, and we all are just ready to go, move on.
Okay.
Yeah, and especially how things kind of started to see the way the direction has gone now, and especially in the last few weeks, as you said. So
Yeah, it's again not what I expected by any means. From the beginning of this whole thing.
I know. Look at him.
He's smile on your face,
smiling and everything. You love to see it.
I know, man. It's rare. It's been a rare sight. We've had a lot. I mean, I keep thinking too. It's funny because, like you guys mentioned, Penguin Zero, Charlie, and like Asma and all the different, the different legal channels. BJ's. I'm not going to shout them all out. At some point in time,
Only me. He's only going to shout out me. No, I'm just kidding. Probably because I'm live about this all day, every day.
I have a list of YouTubers that I definitely want to thank at some point.
Sweet.
But it's funny because my father, who is completely technically challenged.
Oh my God. For the first time ever, I just imagined Brian Mansell's dad lurking in this chat. Can you imagine him in here? Oh no. Sorry, Mr. Uncle.
I believe I've talked to you about this before, that this is kind of why I didn't want to go to local news or anything about it. I was like, if he finds out about this, it could stress him out and put him in.
Very high chance he will never find out about this channel unless someone sent it to him. I don't think I'm in his algorithm.
Health risks and stuff like that. And so I was like, I think my only route is to go digital. Well, when we finally had to tell him, because I was like, geez, this is getting beyond, he is not going to be able to avoid knowing about this. And he's going to have neighbors calling him about this and stuff. So
it went too viral.
We went up to tell him, and I sat down with him and called my brother on speakerphone, and my wife came up, and we all just, calmly told him, I said, I just want you to know something very extraordinary has happened. And it's a very private conversation, but we got through talking to him about it, and he was like, well, where do I see some of this stuff, And so I showed him on his TV, you have a smart TV I bought you here. It's got an app called YouTube. And I showed him YouTube, very like that. This whole thing has turned my father into a YouTube junkie.
Wow.
He knows all these guys' names now. He knows their channels. He knows when they post things. And he'll call me.
Please, I hope Daddy Mansell knows what we're doing over here.
Like, did you see what so-and-so posted today?
Wow, that's hilarious.
That's so good.
Is he subscribed to Collecting
for Big Daddy M?
Right? He
so
saw
funny.
your video too. I was like, this is the first one ever.
Wow.
They deserve
so we
that
watched
credit.
that.
There you go.
And
Shout
and
out
then
to
we watched
Mr. Mansell.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be watching this.
Maybe I am in his algorithm. He said, yeah, maybe Airways.
So
that is so cool. That is so cool. So, I mean, I assume obviously that your father's aware as well of the settlement from today.
Yeah, we called him actually when it happened. So
that's wonderful.
Dirty Wizard said, Daddy Mansell is 100% a cousin.
That's wonderful. Yeah, honestly, I don't recall where it was that you shared about telling your father, but that was incredibly touching to me.
That's cute. Very
you were
cute.
able to hey, this thing happened. It was awful, but quite literally the whole world is in support of your family, and that was incredibly touching.
Well, I mean that was what I was kind of I wouldn't say I was waiting for that because
I also think one of the reasons I stand out in the coverage of this story is I'm the only girl doing it. I know Legal Bites had covered it, and now like there's definitely Aussie Insider and Don't Fuck with Justice as well. But they don't as much come on camera, so I think it's just easier to like remember me because I'm like a girl and I don't have like Legos in the background. Like sometimes people like get confused like the other creators, but there's been a lot of good, really good content creators on this, and ones that I'll be following now, even beyond this story for sure. I don't want to name any either because I don't want to forget anybody or leave anybody out, but there's been a lot of good, really good coverage on this story. I've really liked the vibe of the people covering the story for the most part.
technically I had gotten to a point, I mean, because of his health and his issues, we didn't want to tell him because like any stress, overexertion, those types of things would put him at risk. And plus, by bringing it to him at the beginning, it's like, hey, here's a big problem. Let me just dump it on your shoulders with no solution inside or anywhere to. I mean, that's just not fair. And there were too many things left to be figured out. You know what I mean? And I just didn't want him dealing with it, any of it. He had enough on his plate. Still does.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
of course.
I'm just gonna take this.
Oklahoma Outlaw Audit is posting They Lied merch. Girl, the pre-order's closed. The pre-order's closed. Those should be shipping out next week.
And it literally got to a point where, you know, I took the money that I had made from the store during the months that Crystal was there. I took what I had left in storage, that were like duplicate sets or whatever that had always been kept there in storage. So that was all I had left. It was like a small amount, but probably about 20K worth, you know. And I say small amount in regards to the collection.
A relatively small amount. Yeah, right. And not, we knew what you meant.
No chump change amount, but I took that and sold it to M&R Production down in Florida. Yeah.
We heard about that one.
Shout out to him, man. Like at that point, you know, I didn't trust anybody with any collections or anything. He sent a guy out to meet me. I went and took him over to the storage unit, videoed everything to M&R. I was like, here's what it looks like. His buddy's like, dude, this is all legit. Looks perfectly clean, brand new.
I'm gonna go forward a little bit.
Shout out to him for being, you know, they were at that point.
That's wonderful. So you mentioned this. The statement says that the Mansell family has been compensated by Bricks and Minifigs for their losses associated with the consignment arrangement. Obviously, you mentioned this feels like a weight lifted off your shoulders. But is there anything else you'd like to tell us about what that compensation means for your family? And if possible, are you able to disclose the settlement amount?
I'm sorry, you blanked out there for a quick second.
Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. I'll repeat the whole question.
Okay.
The statement from today says that the Mansell family has been compensated by Bricks and Minifigs for the losses associated with the consignment arrangement. What can you tell us about what that compensation will mean for your family? And are you able to disclose the settlement amount?
Because there are still steps to be taken, I don't know how much of that I can disclose yet. I think we came to an amicable resolution that still allows me to tell my story.
Okay, good. That's important. He said amicable resolution that still allows him to tell his story, which is kind of like, you know, reading between the lines obvious because here he is talking. So I really, truly don't think Brian Mansell would just like immediately the day that it's announced go and break the agreement. So he is still allowed to tell his story.
I still got a voice in it now. So yeah, once those few steps happen, I think more than anything, it's going to mean a lot to us to just be able to move on from it. It, you know, yeah, it's like I said, I think it was the smart decision when we took in all the factors and looked at all the numbers and looked at timelines and stuff. I'm always one to really try to take everything in and make an educated decision. And I think we made a smart, amicable decision. That's really all I can think of.
Yeah.
More to come, though. When
There you go.
we can.
There you go.
Next question.
Maybe more along those lines. I don't know, but with has the corporate released potential claims on the GoFundMe or?
Ooh, good question.
No. No, they can't touch that.
Yes.
And besides, we had to use a ton of that for legal fees.
Yeah, just so y'all know, lawyer fees add up real fast, especially in federal court. Even just filing documents, filing stuff can be hundreds of dollars. Golly, I mean, my own case is over $1 million, I think, now in legal fees, and it's just like, for freaking what? There's so much stuff that we didn't see behind the scenes, like days and days, probably, if I had to guess, at least 3 or 4 days of mediation, possibly rounds of days of mediation, arbitration, whatever it is that they did, I think mediation. And so I doubt Brian Mansell has a whole bunch of that money left. I would be actually shocked if he had even half of it left. I would be shocked. That would be very surprising to me. Maybe, what was it, $500,000 that they got in the GoFundMe? I would probably anticipate maybe he's got 50 to 100,000 of it left. Maybe none of it. Maybe none of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
It
so
went
we
to
weren't sure if you had
exactly what it
access
was
or-
supposed to,
Okay.
and a big chunk of it it's all sitting in like legal trusts and war chests ready to go type of stuff. So
Good. Keep it in there
yeah.
in case they start acting
No
stupid.
one's bought a car yet or anything.
I wouldn't care if he bought a car with it. He deserves a car if he wants.
See Brian driving around in the Lambo. We know something.
Yeah, if we're doing
some
our next
tomfoolery is
chat-
afoot.
This is funny. The squares have destroyed our trust triangles by going in circles. That is true. The squares have destroyed our trust triangles by going in circles. That is so true.
If our next chat is me lying on a yacht somewhere in the sun, something's up, man.
I hope Brian Mansell buys a yacht with the money from the GoFundMe, and the settlement. He should buy a yacht with his settlement money. I doubt it was that
Hey,
much.
man, you deserve it, bro. You deserve the
Seriously.
yacht, bro.
Seriously.
It was never society's debt to pay, so I mean, we'll see.
I'm just kidding.
Get two cars. Get
And
two cars.
It's got to be
Brian.
amazing for you guys though to see. I mean, that I've never seen a GoFundMe like keep resetting the goals because it was.
I have the nerdiest chat in the best way. That's the cousins. Let's step into the dodecahedron of decency.
Yeah.
The
Hedron.
virality of everything. I mean, it was just like boom, 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 boom. It was
I mean,
incredible.
honestly, the legal situation in this country, that's what it costs nowadays.
It's very expensive.
And that's
Yeah, I
that's
was-
what we talked about in the very beginning. It's like, hey, this
He should buy a U-Haul, somebody said.
collection is worth, whatever amount it is, but to get back what is remaining, you're gonna spend.
Not only that, y'all. I mean, think of the trauma, the psychological, the mental, the emotional, on top of the money that he went through.
I think you might have said something along the lines of like 2 or 3 times the value.
Yep.
And at that point, it's that legal gray area, which I've heard a lot of these YouTubers talking about, where it's like you probably have a case. Obviously, in your case, you had a case, but is it worth spending so much more than it's worth? It's like too little for small claims, and not big enough for the big lawsuits.
You're hitting the nail on the head.
Mhm.
That is the legal donut hole. The
Yep.
big black
Exact.
hole.
The legal donut hole is a really good way to put it. It's like too big for small claims, but too small for a lawyer to really take on. Why? Because the actual amount that you end up spending in lawyer fees is indeed and in fact usually going to be more than $200,000. If you're going to federal court, civil federal court, you should probably expect by the time it makes it to trial to spend at least $150,000 up to maybe even $400,000 before you even make it to trial. You might even pay that before discovery.
Threading the needle. Yeah.
Yep. And it's a major problem.
You do not pay taxes on legal winnings. I don't know exactly how it works with settlement, but I think if you get awarded fees, you don't pay taxes on it. I don't know how it works with settlements and taxes. I'm leaning toward no, you don't have to pay. But I don't know.
With our legal system, I actually had to go through it twice. I mean, I would have had to go through it here if we didn't come to an agreement. And recently, like the last year and a half, at the same time this was going on, we were in a battle with an insurance company because we had our we had bought a home for the first time, me and my wife.
Congratulations.
And a roofing company destroyed the house, and we had to end up suing them. And the insurance company, I mean, destroyed the house, the entire thing. We had to tear it down and rebuild it. And that was like a year and a half of litigation. And I recognized that, just like, man, they just deny, delay, defer. They're just trying to drag it out and bleed you dry. And think about that. Like, how many people have $100,000 or whatever to fight those big fights? Just liquid ready to go.
Not many.
That's
especially when they've already spent a whole bunch of their money on this business.
the reason I see some people out there on the homeless street corner who you're just like, wait, they're dressed well, they got the sign or anything like that, but their sign says one bad break. Like, that's all it takes. Something like that, man. I mean, it's just crazy that there's that big of a gap. And 17 years.
Oh, wow.
Like, it's not even keeping up with inflation at this point.
I think their comics were worth something like...
Yeah, he said you're spending whatever you're suing for at that point.
Yeah, we ran into a similar situation with a comic store in Asheville, and it was the same thing. I think their comics were worth something like, 30 to 50 grand. And this store was supposed to send them to get graded. They never did. And so he sued for the maximum. And thankfully, the threat of that, I think it was the same thing, $10,000. The threat of that, in this case, they were able to get the stuff back. Good. And, but, obviously in your case, when it's so much more, right? Like, this was just, depending on what they would have graded as, it could have been like anywhere from 12,000 to 30,000. In your case, obviously, this was not an appropriate amount to settle only for the 10,000 in terms of the small claims. So, yeah, that's
we had that conversation in the episode 1.
Yeah, exactly.
That was actually pretty funny.
Things for you that you wanted to see come out as resolutions.
What were the most important things that you wanted to see come out as resolutions
for your family?
Made whole.
I mean, I'd say the same thing we've always wanted. We just wanted to either get our Lego back or be made whole for what we should have gotten for the Lego.
He has never wavered. I even knew the answer. What do you want from them? Just made whole. Restitution? No. Punitive damages? No. Just give me my shit back. That's all he's ever wanted. Chicken dance? No. Just give me my stuff back.
Whether that was going to happen or not, I think more than anything, we just wanted the story out. And at that point, maybe that would help get someone to the table to get our Lego back or get paid whole. And then after that, it's just, I would say, just again, looking to move past it.
Yeah.
Get on to something else. I don't want to become known as the Lego guy, but I think that's going to be kind of tough nowadays.
Dude, you might have to just
at least you're like one of the heroes.
I misrepresented part of the statement today, and I got called out for it in the YouTube comments. And I'd seen Bam. They were replying on Instagram and Facebook. Different comments.
Yeah, we saw
people that were replying.
We saw it.
But do you feel like you guys, with the settlement, that you guys have been made whole, or is it still a process that you don't feel?
This is a good question.
I wouldn't say necessarily whole, but it.
Ooh. Well, this contradicts that joint statement, don't it? They keep saying he been made whole, he been made whole, he been made whole, he been made whole. Well, there's a horse's mouth right there. He said, no, I don't feel like it. I don't think so.
It's like I keep coming back to the word. It's amicable. It's what it is. It's enough, and it allows me to maintain my story and for our family to move on.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right.
I'd say the other, we had some important stuff in there that for me, well, just making sure the typical stuff that you get in mediations, protections, things like that. Just making sure we were going to be able to just move on and leave this.
Yeah, for sure.
I imagine most of that stuff will come out eventually. Like people will just be able to see the documents. I don't know how long they stay.
It's so funny. Like I'll wake up and there's like this like 40-page document from
right.
This guy Chris on Reddit, who's an amazing person. I've talked to him numerous times, but I'm like, dude, like I don't understand how like this was filed like not more than like an hour ago, and you got it all like PDF'd and like parsed out for the layperson. That guy's an amazing.
So
Chris
I've learned
on Reddit's an amazing part of this story that I feel like he doesn't get enough credit, but he's an amazing person for that.
That's cool. I've actually learned watching all the legal channels that
I heard that was a she.
Yeah, there's people that sit there and subscribe to the court system, and so they get notifications like this was just filed, and they can pull it up and everything like that. I mean, I was kind of blown away. I've learned more the last few months watching all these YouTubes. I've learned more about the legal system and stuff that I probably ever wanted to.
Yeah, it's fascinating seeing how some of the research that these people are able to do, because just it's a lot of hard work, obviously, but the information's out there. Just I guess sometimes you got to know where to look.
Yeah, everything's public.
Yeah,
very interesting to me as well, because I've obviously kept up on other channels talking about it, like as well. So, like in some channels, we're doing like daily updates on it almost.
Oh yeah, there's a few of them out there. Yeah, it's been great. Entertaining,
the flame
educated.
Going too, yeah.
Keeps the flame going.
The conversation alive around it, which was obviously important, I think, as well.
Yeah, keeping it alive.
Yeah, for sure.
True.
I wasn't sure what was going to happen when it got down into all the murky legal stuff and speculation and people looking at just paperwork, but it really is kind of a fascinating case. I mean,
some of us been doing it 6 years. We had to figure out a way to keep people engaged in some very boring stuff. So this is my job now.
My wife is an attorney, and she was telling me, she's like, oh, this is going to be like studied as case law at some point, just because of all the ins and outs and the PR and everything.
You could probably write a whole textbook on this case. Like you could have chapters of different case law from this case and cautionary tales.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah. Wouldn't surprise me.
One of the grinds my gears that I keep seeing is this is totally outside of what we're talking about, but people are like, his wife's an attorney, why doesn't he just hire her? And it's like, there's like, that's like someone like
he did get a public apology. So Jen says, I want him to get a public apology at some point, but I'm not holding my breath. They did apologize. They said they were sorry. Now, what were they sorry for? Murky. But I'm truly shocked they even issued an apology, because he didn't issue an apology. That's what they wanted. They wanted him. Remember in part 1, they wanted Brian Mansell to take down his post, make other people take down their posts, apologize for making his posts. Well, he got out of this scot-free and got paid, or supposedly supposed to be getting paid, and got the lawsuit dropped and got an apology.
Ear, nose, and throat doctor, and then someone's got like a broken foot that needs surgery. It's like that's just totally two different things.
Netflix movie.
You know, the field of law is so fast.
I would never wish that upon anybody. My wife going against him as an attorney.
Yeah.
No,
it just grinds my gears when I would see that. I can't even imagine how that would make you feel, because I may have seen that like 100 times at least. It's so silly.
Right. No, she's an amazing attorney. I would have loved it, but like you and others have also said, you know, there's different types of attorneys who do different types of law. You're also looking at different jurisdictions. I mean, I had to get an attorney up here and one in Utah.
You have to be licensed in that place, and then you have to have like a local attorney too, like that's not from out of town, because sometimes the judges will be biased. I mean, there's like a lot of different types and areas of law. Like somebody might be a copyright attorney but never went to a trial, or somebody might be a trial attorney but they are not going to be able to help you close a business deal the same way as like a corporate or transactional business attorney would.
Like, I haven't even been to Utah. Why should I be an attorney in Utah? But okay. So
wow.
Yeah.
The in BAM's statement, Ricks and Minifigs, they say your losses arose in part from the sale, accounting, storage, and disposition of your inventory.
That whole in part, prior franchise owner, da-da-da.
Think you can tell us about what happened to the Lego Star Wars collection with that process, or?
I mean, all I know is, from what I could see, it was the local store down here. So I was going in every month, picking up a check, or there were other days I would just go down there and stop in just to see what of my sets are on the shelves and stuff like that, because it was a constant rotation. They didn't have enough shelf space to have the whole collection up there all the time. They still had to sell other things too, you know?
Okay.
But there was a whole section in that store that was just our stuff, and they would rotate it out.
Okay.
Same with the minifigs in the case. They would rotate out a shelf in there and different rows of our stuff. So I would just drop in sometimes too. Just say, hey, what's up to Crystal, and look at what they had on the shelves and everything like that. How are sales going? What's hot right now? You know, all that stuff. So it seemed fine. And then obviously something happened in November and the whole swap of ownership and everything just went gray from there. Like, I couldn't tell you where a number of the sets went. I mean, I obviously have my opinions. I have my theories. I have my thoughts on it. But the only thing I would ever take action on or anything is what I can actually prove. So, yeah. When they say it came down to all that stuff, yeah, obviously something happened with the storage and the managing and the inventory itself, because by the time I came there, supposedly there was nothing left, and even though I could see some, I don't know.
Yeah, so they're I guess internally figuring out what they didn't disclose that basically.
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, that sounds like something between. I've always kind of looked at it like this was obviously a dispute or something going on between a franchisee and their owner or the corporation, you know, something between them, and I got caught up.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's funny because that's like
one of the parts of the statement that
that's Bricks and Minifigs' attempted out from all of this, but really it's actually Brian's true story, because it's like Bricks and Minifigs wants to say, oh, that was a deal between a former franchise owner and a customer. We had nothing to do with that. Brian Mansell's like, actually, whatever happened here with what happened to the inventory is between Crystal and Bam. I just got caught up in this. And that actually seems more true than Bricks and Minifigs is the innocent bystander.
Was most striking for me was Bam saying that it, quote, regrets that it did not.
I know. I want to hear the opinions and theories.
Yeah. One of the parts of the statement that was most striking for me was Bam saying that it, quote, regrets that it did not more quickly access information necessary to understand and resolve the matter, end quote, as well as issuing your family a, quote, unqualified apology, end quote. What did that apology mean to you guys?
Yeah, good question.
You know, it's something where I'm just happy to be moving on, man. To be honest with you.
Good non-answer. Good non-answer.
Yeah, I don't know. A long time has passed where
they could have done
that could be said. So apologies are always appreciated. I'm just glad to be moving on, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's when you mentioned, just to kind of quickly go back there, I forget that it's been a year. Obviously, when the April show happened from here on CW, but just you've been dealing with it then for so many years, even on top of that. So it's sometimes time just goes by so quickly since COVID. It feels like some days. But
what is time anymore?
Yeah, so it's hard
totally.
to believe sometimes that you've been having to go through it for so long. So
yeah, 20 months, man.
Yeah.
Check Brad, check Fish.
Yeah.
And then you're up.
So with the statement, the says in the settlement there's no admission of liability or wrongdoing or unlawful contact by any party. How do you reconcile that language with BAM?
Right.
Also
like
acknowledging your family's loss.
That makes sense. Like I said, I'm married to an attorney. I'm used to legal speak. My brother is an attorney. I'm used to this stuff. And I think
Brian Mansell is surrounded by lawyers. His brother's an attorney. His wife is an attorney.
Mediation, that's what you're going to get. In any settlement, you're going to get that type of language in one of those paragraphs. It's just like, obviously, we are settling because neither party is admitting any guilt. So, hey, man, that's just legal language, and you take it.
There you go. Now that you guys are beginning this closure for you guys, is there anything that you hope that people will understand about what your family went through, or any closing remarks that you'd like to make about everything?
Oh my God, that's a pretty broad, open question.
That's a broad one. Yeah, I'm gonna let you stretch your legs a little bit.
I mean, dang, man.
Dang, everyone's saying dang now.
The last 20 minutes, aren't we? No, I don't want to
Let's
talk
do
about it. Off. Let's see. Let's just step by step. First off, I should just say I kind of said it at the beginning of this video. First and foremost, we are super grateful to absolutely everybody who showed any support for us through this, starting with you guys.
Yeah, that was
Honestly,
the OGs.
first ones, step up,
First
try to get my
ones.
story out there, try
Hell
to get
yeah.
something to happen with it.
They did.
The friend of mine who reached out to
Ben.
Reckless Ben, seeing what I was going through
That's
and
awesome.
recognizing the same, my friend, this isn't how he normally acts. This is really taking a toll on him.
Aw,
And
sucks.
Reckless Ben, obviously,
Yes.
coming out and doing his thing, and the entire crew, Vic, Sheldon,
Aw.
other Ben,
Other Ben. Little Ben.
Jammin'. That's what I was trying to think. Jammin' Ben. And God, there's just so many people, man. I don't want to forget anybody, so I should probably stop naming people. Just say Ben and the crew. All of them that came out and helped. They were amazing.
Nice.
Just the support of the world.
That's awesome.
It has meant the world.
That's awesome.
To hear from Australia. Shout out to Australia. I got so many messages from Australia.
I love Australians.
I don't know if they're on the exact opposite time zone. So all you guys that stream at midnight, they're like, "This is my morning breakfast news." I don't know.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
That's the cousins.
Dude,
I love
Australia
Australians.
loved it, and Australia is like one of the places I've always wanted to
Aw.
visit in the world. I want to go there even more now. Like people there seem
They're
way
so
I got
cool.
so much love there. Yeah, it's been crazy.
And they don't take no crap. That's what I like.
I got messages from UK, Japan, Ireland, Brazil,
Wow.
Canada, Mexico, just all over, and it was just insane. I saw where we were on some front page of a paper in I don't want to say it was Jordan or something like that.
Wow.
Just
International.
crazy to see it go across the world. And so to anybody and everybody that had something to say about it, to get our story out there, to support us,
Nothing's wrong
we
with
can't
dang.
thank you enough.
Ben just
It has
says
meant
it.
the absolute world to us to get that support. That would be the first part I want to make sure I get out there, that everybody knows, since I've had to be silent for so long.
Aw.
The other parts, let's see.
And don't forget too, like he was silenced with that NDA, that not NDA, excuse me, that temporary restraining order. They didn't even get notice of and all that. He was silenced. He was silenced. He was called the leader of a criminal organization. I mean, he was disparaged in that lawsuit. He couldn't even talk. Ammon was going on news interviews, lying, making up fantasies, and Brian couldn't even respond to it. Like, can you even imagine the indignation?
Dad is doing well.
Good.
He
Let's
had
fucking go.
he had a like I said, a health scare and stuff. And I don't really want to go into what his health issues are, but
Right.
he is not on his deathbed. And he's
Y'all
not
stop
about to
saying
die.
that about my Uncle
He
Ed.
is doing
Or whatever his
he
name is.
84 years old and has a litany of issues that
He's 84, damn.
I mean, he's not on his way up either, but he is doing very well.
Nice. Shout out to him.
Great to hear.
So I do thank everybody for their concern, but I wanted to make sure that
He ain't on
no
his
one thinks
deathbed,
like,
y'all.
oh my
Stop
God,
saying
he's-
that.
Thank God he got to see this before he passes away tomorrow.
So from this interview so far, I got stop saying that the dad is on his deathbed, and also stop saying it was their whole entire life savings.
That's not happening. Let's see what else. I don't know. I mean, are there rumors you guys have heard or things that you've heard that you want me to try and dispel?
I heard
can
some rumors.
try and
I'm gonna
answer.
ask him about tonight.
I mean, with this, like I'm sure you've seen it, but you hear and see the dumbest things, and just like,
Totally.
they're so dumb that it's like I wouldn't even give it the time of day.
Okay, here's one for you. We touched
He
on it a
got
bit
one in
earlier.
his
The
mind.
people that are like, dude, did he really spend his life savings on like a
He literally already he really wants us to stop saying life savings.
They're so dumb that it's like you wouldn't even give it. I wouldn't even give it the time
I
of day.
think this part is so
here's
funny.
one for you. We touched on it a bit earlier. The people that are like, dude, did he really spend his life savings on like a
No,
Yeah.
that's fake news.
Well, let's talk about that really quick. How did we get this collection? How did it go about?
Tell us.
This was something that, if you know my father, this would not be out of the question or out of the scope for him.
Okay.
My dad did the same thing with me and my brother when we were kids. He has always been a collector, always. He's not someone that just says, "Oh, let's go buy you a comic." He figures out what comic you like and then goes to the comic store and checks out the series, gets you all the back issues, and then gets you a subscription to the rest of the
He's a
next issues
collector.
coming out. Like, he's like, if you're gonna collect, you're gonna do it right, get the whole thing. So like when we were kids, completist. That's a great word.
Completist. Completist. Okay.
So for instance, like if you think the Lego collection was like insane, imagine that with sports cards and comics, because we have the same thing in sports cards and we have the same
Do
thing
not bring them to a brick and a minifig to sell them, okay, Brian? Just don't do it.
in comics. And those are going to be the next things I was going to sell. Going forward, probably not going to do consignment of any kind. Just going to look for a straight up buyer.
Yep.
Or maybe auction them ourselves or something. I don't know.
Or find a YouTuber that's maybe a
M&R.
super collector.
There you
Ask
go,
M&R.
right?
That works.
Make someone like M&R get into sports cards. So, but anyway, so when we were kids, Dad was the type where he's like, we're not just going to go down to the card shop and buy you a pack of cards. We're going to find out where the sports shop buys.
Mine either. If they don't got them at the thrift store or the dollar store, you ain't getting them. Not even a pack.
Those boxes with the wax packs, and he found out you can go to Costco on weekends and they will sell 2 cases per dealer each day. So he was the type of guy that would go line up at 6 a.m. in Costco and come out with 2 cases of wax boxes filled with wax packs of cards.
Wow.
And you'd be sitting there one night and he'd just all of a sudden pull out and be like, hey, you guys want to open a box of cards?
Does he need like another kid that's like 30? Like
right?
35? Like,
right.
He wants to get adopted.
I mean, it was also rewards for doing chores. And
Send me a box. Daddy Mansell? No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I don't want
you
baseball.
mowed the
Want
yard, you
nothing
got a
else.
few packs of sports cards, or in my case, I was more of a comic guy. My brother was the sports cards guy. When we played on basketball teams, my dad was the coach, and he would bring boxes of wax packs down, and we would play mini games and stuff like that, do certain drills. And if you were the best in the drill, or you beat everybody else running lines up and down the court, you get to go.
He was a basketball coach too. He sounds like such a cool, fun dad. Yeah, Yosa said, "What a lucky son and a lucky
Pack
dad."
of cards for yourself, kid. He's always that way with neighborhood kids and everything.
cute.
Like when he had the Lego collection, he would babysit the neighbor's kids sometimes. So when they would come over, they always would love when he would babysit, because I'm sure he'd walk them into the room and open up, one of the rooms of Legos and be like, choose what we build tonight. That's crazy if you're a little kid. So he's just always been really, really cool like that. And when it came to the Legos, he wanted something to share with his grandkids, same way he shared cards and comics with me and my brother. So he got into that with his grandkids. They were into Legos, and he started looking at it, and he realized the more he looked at Legos and being the collector he caught word of the whole collectible community around Legos, started looking at it and said, well, this is interesting. Like, these things have actually had
Don't let Daddy McNabb find out something is collectible, because he's going to have all of it.
higher gains than most people's 401ks, gold, silver,
Not Legos having more appreciative value than gold. Jesus.
for over a decade straight. That's a pretty good track record. So he's like, I'm not going to invest my life savings, but let's buy a whole bunch of sets to share with the grandkids. And while I'm buying those sets, let's buy like 3 extra of each and throw them in a closet and see what happens.
Hell yeah.
And then he just went down the rabbit hole, man.
And he had 2 Cloud Cities. Those are worth like $10,000, $12,000 today.
I would start getting calls in California like, hey, can you go see if this set's there? This set's there. I would find sets for him that he couldn't find up here. And yeah, it just became a big collection that we put together. And when it came time, the kids were old enough, it was like, well, I think they're kind of done playing with.
Randy. My kid needs a babysitter too. If anybody knows how I can get a hold of Brian's dad, y'all are stupid.
There's Legos, and they've gone way up in value. I think it's time, and Dad, is aging. I want him to sell them while he can help offer his knowledge of the collection and everything like that. So we felt it was time, but that dispels that myth. It's like, no, it wasn't our life savings. It was about 27 to 30K that we invested in the Lego.
Good return if it ended up being worth 175.
And turned out to be worth somewhere between 150 and 200K.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
That's
great. The other thing. Everyone has been wondering, what is the actual value? The actual value.
Tell us.
By our estimates, it was somewhere between, I believe it was 140 up to like 175 or something like that.
Okay.
Possibly 180 when we did the original first range of every single thing, all the sets, all the minifigs, all the bags of pieces.
Okay.
And people were asking about those too. Like, what are the bags of pieces? Were those bags of minifigs? So the collection was all those sets. We had 5 boxes of, how you get those sorter boxes for baseball cards where they're like 5 rows that you can put cards in?
Yeah.
We had 5 boxes of those with rows of individually bagged minifigs, each one labeled with the number, the price, what we paid for it in its own individual plastic bag with all its parts and everything.
Yeah.
And they were all alphabetized and put through in there.
Wow.
And then like the 5th box had like bigger ones like Jabba the Hutt and some of the bigger figurine pieces and stuff like that. Then there were several Ziploc bags, which were parts that Dad very specifically handpicked out, because there were things like you could have a minifigure, but if you swapped out the head with this one that had a scar or a smile or something like that, suddenly that figure's worth $50 or $100,
Okay.
where normally it's only $5. So he found specifically.
So we Frankenstein and the minifigs.
Those heads and handpicked them out and threw them in that bag. And then things like expensive lightsabers, handpicked them out, threw them in his.
You know, not Ammon. You know, Josh and Brandon had a freaking field day with them.
So one of those bags was discontinued Star Wars Gray, which was the early years.
It's expensive.
Before they changed to gray color.
Valuable.
Wow.
Yeah. So all those bags were like handpicked. He was very adamant that like those bags have value. I was like, okay, got it.
I think people don't understand, like, the lay collector is how expensive minifigs are. I think one of the early drafts of the inventory that we had didn't have minifigs, and it seemed like some people that were doing some forensic.
So shout out to Collecting Weekly. I will let y'all go over there and watch the rest on your own. Let me put this in the live chat. I'll let y'all go and check the rest of that out on your own. Shout out to them. I think it is only fair, only right, only fitting that they would be the ones to release the first interview with Brian Mansell after the settlement. Because they were the first ones to try to put the story out. They were threatened. They were sent, cease and desists and the like. Demand letters, whatever you want to call it. And so shout out to them. I'm glad. It seems to me that Brian isn't fully 100%, ecstatic with the outcome, but it does seem to me that it feels like he seems like relieved and just happy for it to just be over, which I cannot blame him at all whatsoever for. The name of the channel, again, Collecting Weekly, and again, they were the first ones to try to put the story out, and then had to back off. Thanks so much to Rose for the $2 and the update. Thank you to Arnil So for the 50 knock. It's called Canyon because it was the swimming pool before. Thanks so much to Bex for the 1,000 jewels. Thank you to for the 800 jewels. Thank you to Real Goobs for the 200 jewels. Thank you to Veronica for the jewels. Thank you to Dark Sahara Rose for the $5 super chat. Bam didn't expect this type of output from us output machines. They are destroying our trust triangles. Y'all are killing it with these shapes, geometry jokes today. Thank you to Slightly Phoenix for the jewels. Thank you to JJ for the 100 jewels. Thank you to Slightly Phoenix for the jewels. And Davey for the sparkles. Thank you, thank you. All right, I got y'all going over there. No, I'm not staying live I'm taking a break. It does seem to be good. It seems cathartic. I'm going to come back on live later with Brian, or maybe we'll pre-record. I'm not like 100% sure. I do know that Total AFOL, AFOL, he's putting a video out today, interviewing. Well, I don't know if it's coming out today, actually, but Chris Gorman was saying yesterday on Don't Fuck With Justice live stream that, it hasn't been put out yet, that she was going on an interview on Total AFOL. So I'm assuming she did do that. She did leave out of the interview yesterday to go on Total AFOL interview. So be looking on the lookout for that as well. I have y'all going over there to Sheldon Norcross's live. Oh, it's loading right now. So let me show y'all his channel. So, shout out to Total AFOL in the chat. That's my cousin. I don't know if y'all knew that or not. So this is channel, Total AFOL, and he does have an interview it's coming out today. Right now, it seems like, with Chris Gorman. So, I do believe that he was the Brick Century. Awesome sweater, by the way. Y'all like my Baby Yoda Grogu? Wait. I really do. I don't like calling him Grogu. I like calling him Baby Yoda, but I guess it's not actually Yoda. I got a little fig one. He's in his little car seat. Anyway, listen, I got y'all going over there to Sheldon. Make sure you check out Total AFOL's video because the interview happened after the settlement was announced. So I'm definitely interested in hearing more of Chris Gorman's thoughts and opinions and all of that. post settlement. There was a lot of, chit chat going back and forth about, Brian threw her under the bus, but Brian said he definitely didn't do that. And Chris even said that's not what happened either. So stop saying that. But definitely interested in seeing that. I got y'all going over there to Sheldon Norcross's live. He's live right now. So I'll see you later. In the meantime, if facts ain't defamation, neither are opinions. I love you. Okay, bye.